No, this is our trainer, Mr. Gabriel. Hey, I needed the. Can you speak with the driver so that he helps us pick the water? This one. I was going to signal him whilst he was here. I hope he hasn't gone too far. He's outside. Oh, it's your mom around. Were you training? Hello. Thank Please, there's water here if anyone needs water. We'll be starting soon. Some people are joining us, so we're just. She's good. She's on her way. I know.
The slight problem in the previous time. So,
My dear, I've heard you. Let me see what I can find again. I'm currently in Kaffa working on something for you. Hi, dear. Okay, that's fine. The walk that's happening this morning. Yes. Can you kindly post with the Google location online, and then you can put join us in 2 hours, something along that line. Can you see?
You want me to post it on your story or
No, an actual post.
maybe say it here?
Yes, just to say that we join us in 2 hours, and then you can put the location, or you can also put that on the story as well.
Please send me the location.
I've sent it to you. Thank you. I've sent you. Please, yeah, can you do that right now? Because it's in 2 hours. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking. There is one more person who was supposed to join. Give us 10 minutes. Just 10. I'm looking for it. You see, what I have is the picture. I'm trying to find the JPEG for you. Is everything okay? Are you finding it easy to access the link? Your microphone is muted. No, it's still muted. It's saying microphone muted. Okay, I can hear you now. I'm going on. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let me see whether I can type in the box. Can't hear you now too. No, I can't hear you. I'm typing in the chat box. Let me put the link there. Let me just. So this is the link. Yeah. When did I see you? Is she finding her own? From that point, not the directions. You can't really. You have to use the map. Daddy, we're going to start. Francis, can you kindly call your friends? Yes. There's something they call like the Russian embassy. The Russian embassy is the one that's around here. Russia have, but you use Tantra, the police station, and then use the map or else remember trail. You get it. You know, you might not get you will get a car or you get a motorbike. But you see that there are motorbikes there, right? At the junction. Yes, I understand. Honestly, it's only Tantra, the police station that yes, but that one crowd, only Gabby's one man knows about it. I was asking them, but they don't know.
Good morning. Oh, good morning. So we are starting our training in about just 5 minutes. But before that, since we are into the we want to know your name. Tell us something very interesting about yourself. But please, 30 seconds is the maximum time you can use. Try to manage to alright. Let's start for yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Daniel Hammond. Yeah. I'm a journalist and a farmer to a livestock farmer. I normally do pig farming, but I want to add. Yeah. Thank you.
Me, I'm also into media, but I have some strong interest in farming. Actually, livestock.
My name is Justice Goodman Pepe. I'm a trader, also a farmer. Plantain, cassava, and stuff. My name is Abraham Tudors. I'm a student. To learn this. Francis Abel. Please.
So I'm Nana Pepa. I'm a vegetable farmer. Yes, so I do according to the season. So I do onions, lettuce, cabbage, sweet pepper. According to the yes.
Okay, so I'm just thinking of like what I'll be eating in the course of the day. I realized that I have my vegetable sorted. So and then someone said cassava. So almost there. And he said you do. And he said that's so
Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Laki Adi, DS Agriculture student from KUST. Actually, a graduate. I'm actually doing a aquaponics system. It's a startup. Yeah, I started doing Kumasi, but I want to move from Kumasi to Accra. So, yes, because I started when I was in first year. Agriculture, then that's what culture department. Yeah, that's why I specialized at. Well, so far, it's been so yes.
All right, so my name is Gabriel Lati, aka Latman. Latman is my dad's nickname. We used to run a couple of businesses. To honor my dad, I asked him, can I use your name for my business? The first business I did, not necessarily the first, but the last business I did before I started my farms was into the manufacturing of shoes. So we used to manufacture shoes. You see the Latman in and out and all of that. When you go to Instagram, you type Latman shoes. But we find you. He said his family was he said cassava and what? We will find him 100 acres. Okay, so and then we've got some persons joining us online as well. Thank you so much for joining us for today's session. For those of you who are joining online, if you have any question or anything whatsoever, there will be a chat box. You can let us know what your response and what your question is, and then we can give you a feedback. If possible, you can also tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do. So today's training is, please let's put every single phone on silent, and let's agree. Anybody whose phone rings, I don't like small money. Let's try to pay. If your phone rings 10K, 10,000 Ghana cedis, then we know that. All right. So there are different aquaculture trainings that we do, okay, but for this particular one, it's just a day. It's just about how many hours? I think 4 hours. So I'll try and give you what I think you can work with in 4 hours, especially when it's a holiday. You understand? I normally don't make my trainings too what's the right word to use? To like school, because we are all tired. We are tired of what we are looking for is let us know something small that we can translate into money. And so today's training we are going to basically focus on how to grow fish in tarpaulin tanks. There are different kinds of aquaculture systems that we use to farm. There are plastic tanks. So the plastic tanks are going to be any of the tanks you see. It can be a poly tank. There are people farming with poly tank that they've slashed the top. Very expensive. You buy poly tank and slash the top. Wow. There are other plastic tanks that can be round. Any tank, even there's the IBC tank, which is like the square tank with the metals around it. I started my farm with that. Yeah, so so any kind of tank that is plastic in nature and we use to culture fish is a plastic tank. We've also probably seen a concrete tank before, a concrete fish tank, blockwork fish in there. And then what about cages? So the cages are like when you go to the Volta Lake where they have a lot of water, what they do is that they put a cage. Normally it's they do 6x6, all of that, and then they do a cage, and in that cage there's a net. Okay, so like a net, and then you can put your fish in, and then the net will keep your fish, and yeah. So there are a lot of farmers who are also doing that, and then the next one will have to do with the earthen ponds. So the earthen ponds are basically you come excavator, you excavate the ground, you try to grow some fish in there. But we want to focus a bit more on the tarpaulin tanks over here. Why? We are looking at makeshift way of farming where if you want to do this and you don't have too much money, you don't have too much space,
in less than a week, you should have your farm functioning with fish and everything inside. Okay, so we are just going to focus on this. For the training, I'm just giving you a quick outline. There are 3 different sections. Sorry. So we are going to discuss the ponds. So the ponds will basically be a few things about ponds and all of that, stocking density, and then sorting. So we are going to look at fish farm focus areas. Before you start a fish farm, what are some of the things you need to pay attention to? While you are thinking or brooding over fish farm, what are some of the things you need to pay attention to? Then maybe the types of tarpaulin ponds and advantages, calculation of stocking density, when to sort your fish, when to separate big fish from small fish. So this is like very basic thing. And then we go to the water quality. So water quality, I'm going to look at the sources of water you can use for your aquaculture production. And then factors that can affect your water quality, and then maybe what are the parameters you need to pay attention to when you want to test your water quality. Then the most important, the last bit we are going to focus on is going to be feeding and feed management. So types of feed, factors to consider when you're choosing a feed, and most importantly, we'll end at the FCR, where we are trying to calculate the feed conversion ratio of fish. So before you can start any farm, there are a lot of things that goes into the farm. Failing to plan is planning to fail. So the very first set of things we say is you need to plan the farm, okay? And all of the things you are seeing over here goes into the planning of the farm. If you've not planned your farm, I'm telling you, you would have challenges. So planning of your farm basically starts with, okay, you have finally decided you want to come to this training, right? Which means you have decided to learn or know something about fish farm. So that decision has been made already. Now, you want to ask yourself, if I want to start this, what are some of the key focus areas I need to look out for? So the first one is, let's look for the space you want to farm. Where do you want to farm your fish? Depending on where you want to farm your fish, it can influence you to know what type of pond will best suit that area. There are some places that it will be ideal to rather do an urban pond. There are some places that it will be more ideal for you to probably just do a concrete stand. So these are a few things we need to pay attention to. And in doing that, when you check the space can also tell us the capacity of the farm. Are you going to do something small at the corner of your house, or you want to do something big? Okay, so that goes into the checking of the space. Then we check for the type of soil. The type of soil is required depending on, again, what kind of system you want to use to farm or culture your fish. Then the next bit will be that we check for, can my place be flooded? Can there be a possibility of erosion? Can there be a possibility of security problems? Road network, is it easy for a car to drive? Was it easy for you to drive here? For the car to drive here and come here or not? If you are now sourcing a new space where you want to do your farm, these are some of the things you want to pay attention to as well. And then all inputs and storage and all of that. Now, for the flood and erosion bit, there's a guy who has started, he had started his farm. No, they can't see.
It's a bit dark.
Yeah, the I think the tripod can come in front. Because of the sound. So put on the lights, let's say something. Can we see?
Or let me bring it closer to you so that your voice will. Then it's okay, please put it on my voice.
He will do it. He will come and do it. This person, they know the thing. So we that we will let's pick it up. All right, good. So now we want to check for all of this. So there was a guy who started a farm. No, okay, so he has started his farm. You know, people can build their farm, and then when they are done, they will call you that, oh, come and check if everything is okay. Do you think it's a good thing? you finish with everything before you go and call someone who you think knows. So he had come down from the UK. He had actually used his savings. Very young guy. He was in, I think, almost his early 30s or so. He has come to Ghana. He's coming to enjoy life. But he wants to also do something. Because a lot of the people in the diaspora community, what they want to do, they want to come back down and set up something for themselves. So I went to his farm and fundamental problems was everywhere. The ponds were dug in a way that concrete pond, but they dug the ground as much as 7 feet to build the pond. And so the challenge that happened was he placed in some fish. I went there and I was like, this is going to give you a whole lot of problem. He went there, he placed in some fish. I don't know how everything happened, but you see the way when you were coming over here, there was like a bit of a small valley there before you. So his farm was also situated there. It rained, and the rain came to fill the tank and take out the fish to other areas. And so when I went there again to take them back, I told him that had fundamental problems. And we could leave his farm and we are just growing, and then we can see some small water somewhere. And then when we go, we see catfish inside. So we are actually distributed fish to the entire community. But there's a lot of money that has been in there. I don't think he was able to recover from the losses ever. He called me sometimes like Charlie, this thing, because he has spent too much in systems that are not working. And even when you want to salvage, you still need to spend something to salvage. And so that was where the challenges happened. And then one quick rule of thumb. If you want to start a fish farm, and let's say you have 100,000 Ghana cedis, okay, start the farm with about 70, keep the 30, contingency. Anybody, all of us here, we've been doing farming. Farming doesn't necessarily always go this way. There are times where you plant this, and then you plant something else is happening. Most of the time, if you don't have a contingency fund for your farm can break down any day or any time. All right, good. So then, next thing we look for is the source of the water, and then we want to find out if the source water needs to be treated. So, basic places we are looking for water. So, if you are sourcing your place, you are looking at do you have any lake or river available? If not, in order to pipe on water, does Ghana water come to where I am? If it doesn't, how much will it cost me to get water from where the water is available to where my farm is? Do you need to sink a borehole? Do you need to try and get some well? All of these things are things that you need to think about when it comes to being able to start the farm. So, and then if you are sinking a borehole, or maybe your farm is near a water body, the fact that you see water doesn't mean that it's okay for your farm. Okay, so some of the things we do is sometimes we also do some testing where we are checking from the water whether they have some chemicals in the parameters, whether they are okay for a fish or not before you start. If your source water is not okay, there's no way your fish can grow well. But if your source water is okay and you are finding challenges in your farm, you sort of know how to deal with it, that the problem is not coming from my source. Then the next thing I want to look out for is drainage, and so depending on the scale of farm you want to do, you want to also factor in what drain lines do you have, what are you introducing into the environment. These are very important things. And if you are doing a very mass production, you may also think about getting the EPAs importantly, I've seen this challenge in many farms. Training. Training is very important, but training comes in different forms. This training you are receiving is like the base information that you need to receive. But there are about several levels of fish farming where I myself, in as much as I'm training you, there are times where you have to travel to places to be trained because there are people who have 20 years, 30 years, and you can't stop learning. You understand? So training is important. But in this particular regard, we are looking at two different forms of training. One, if you are the one going to finance the fish farm, money is going to come from your pocket. Minimum thing you should do is have an overview understanding of fish farming. Okay, have an overview understanding of fish farming. Then the persons who are going to, so don't go and receive the training and then you are not there, the person who is taking care of the farm doesn't do anything about it. So you receive the training too. So whenever there's a problem and the person is not getting or is missing something or is saying something, you have an idea. There are people who tell you your fish needs 1,000 baht of feed, but probably you got 1,000 baht and your fish actually needs about 500 baht. And they want to set up their own farm just about a few kilometers away. You buy a feed, they take and then they go. So you want to just have a base information. And your farm manager or whoever is going to manage the farm should also go through some good level of training. So now going to our main thing for discussion is the tarpaulin tank. Now the tarpaulin tanks are I want us to just look at the basic components of a tank. So the tarpaulin tanks normally come with a material. The material is the tarpaulin material. Now when you are trying to get a tarpaulin material for your fish farm, look for something that is HDPE, okay, high density polyethylene material, which is food grade. Emphasis on the food grade. The reason is that human beings are going to eat what you are going to produce. So you want to just make sure that the materials you are using does not emit or does not release too much microplastics into the fish. Because when you are working around the certification, some of these things will become a challenge. The previous slide I shared with you, right? When we are doing feasibility studies for farms, we check some of those boxes in there, but people pay for those services. You understand? There are feasibility studies we've done where I charge $2,000 just to go and check. Okay, here's okay. And there are ones that we are doing that you charge a bit more, and there are ones that you charge very less. But again, I want you to understand the value of the baseline information you are receiving over here. So good. So you need a material which should be food grade. Then you need the metal pipes that should support your material. Now, I've seen a lot of people set up tarpaulin ponds, go in for a galvanized steel metal pipe. Okay, they last a bit longer. They don't easily break. And then most importantly, I've seen a lot of people sell fish ponds for very cheap, but I have also seen them not spend more than a year. Reason being is that sometimes even the size of the pipes that were used for the ponds are not the right size. A lot of people use 1 inch or 1.5. Is not the best at all. And then the next bit will be how we get water in and then we get water out of the tank. So tarpaulin tanks are very simple and basic. And what are the advantages of the tarpaulin tank over the traditional ponds? So the traditional ponds are the concrete, the caves, and all of the other ones that we mentioned earlier. Again, I always say this. When I did a slide, this thing was here nice, and I projected and exported it, decided to dance. So the first thing has to do with cost. Okay, tarpaulin pond for like 1,000 fish, though it can take as high as 1,200 fish. We sell that the tarpaulin material for like 4,500. If you want to build a concrete pond for that same capacity, it will cost you a bit more. You understand? Because of the labor and other things. Right now, any job you are doing, if you are going to buy cement and you are going to be in trouble because the cost for these things they are just skyrocketing. Alright, so they can be easy and cheap to construct, easy in the sense that so this entire farm we are seeing here can be set up in less than 3 days. This entire, please forget the blockwork, I mean the ponds, can be set up in less than 3 days. You can use, if you are very serious, yes, in less than 3 days you can be able to set up this entire farm at your end. Meanwhile, if you are doing concrete ponds, you will definitely need some time to let the thing cure, the concrete to become strong and all of that. Okay. Then the next thing is less land space, and then in the traditional ponds you may require a lot more land space. You understand? Over here, the space we are using to culture 1,000 fish is almost equivalent to the front of this area. Right? The front of where I'm using to present. But if you are doing a earthen pond for the same quantity, you may need almost the entire room. So that's the space component over there. Then easy to set up, dismantle and relocate. So some of the tanks over here have been used over and over again, and the initial farm was not here, but we moved them over here. But I had a concrete stand which I started farming with, and on my channel I've shared some of those videos of that particular system. When I moved everything here, I couldn't move my concrete stand. There's no way I can move the concrete stand. And one thing with farming is that every single time, if you've started farming or you've done farming for a while, almost every 6 months or less, there's a new thing you want to try. There's something more interesting. Today you are doing open and close. Tomorrow you want to do recirculating aquaculture system. Tomorrow you want to do grass. And then at the point you want to do multi-trophic system. But that is what farming actually is. So we want something that can allow you some tweaks in arrangement and things like that. If for some reason I want to move the farm to another location to 10 minutes away, what I just have to do is move maybe 3 of the tanks, go set them up, take IPC, bring a truck, we carry out the fish in there, we move them over there, you come here, then you don't see any farm over here at all. And I think that's what I want to be able to do. Something that will still give me the results I'm looking out for. It won't cost me a lot to do, but then again, it can allow me a bit more flexibility. They can be difficult to set up if you are trying to set up some of these other ponds, and you can't relocate your earthen pond. You can't carry your earthen pond in the car and say, I'm taking it to I'm moving from here to another location. It's not something you can do. Another thing which is very important has to do with water quality parameter and how you are able to have control over it. In Tabolin tanks, when it comes to water quality management, you can have some good level of precise control of what's happening in the tank. Because you are changing water, you can see what's happening at the bottom of the tank and all of that. In an earthen pond, you will not see anything because you are not, even if you flash the entire water in the pond, the fish are in a bit of some mud. You understand? So you may not be able to see exactly what's happening. So farmers can put in a lot of fish in their earthen pond. They do a lot of the pond aquaculture husbandry practices, but there's a lot of things that is coming from hope. We are hoping that the fish we put inside, they are still okay, everything is okay with them and all of that. You understand? And so there can be some high levels of limited control when it comes to the traditional pond. In the Tabolin tanks, what you can do is if you realize the fish is not okay, it's easy for you to take that fish and go to quarantine that fish somewhere else, make sure it's okay, and then you bring it back. But in the in the earthen pond, sometimes the fish, you may even see it because if fish is under a lot of stress, if fish is under a lot of stress, sometimes in earthen ponds, they can go again, find somewhere down in the soil to go and hide. Unless they are being, other fish are worrying them too much, and maybe you may see them on top. And some of these systems, when you realize there's a problem in your tank, most of the time, the problem has already escalated. It's just the adverse things you are seeing at the top of your pond. So when it comes to designing of ponds, there are quite a few. I'm just touching on the rectangular ponds, square or rectangular ponds. There are the circular ponds, and then there are the frame supported ponds, which can be circular and what have you. But I just try to fuse in the tiles together with the shapes and what they come with. So these are like square or these are rectangular ponds, and then these are round ponds, and then this one you can see that there is a material in there. That material is called a geomembrane. Okay, it's very hard as well, and you need to support it with a frame so that your fish can. The water will not. The frame will be able to go to the water. So now we are going to do a bit of some beautiful calculations. Before we get to the calculations, the next thing we are going to really talk about is now we have all done the scouting of our location. We have decided to buy our ponds. So all of us over here, we have ponds. It doesn't mean that sometimes we want to give you pond by the time you close from there. Right? Sometimes when I make these trainings, there are some people that they have some law background, and then when you are done, you tell that put it to me. No, you can't put it to me. Disclaimer. So right now we all have ponds. Those of you guys who are joining us online, you have a pond. Okay, maybe imagine the number of ponds you want to have. Don't think too big, and you want to find out the pond I have. How many fish can I put in that pond? Because if you don't know the number of fish you need to put in the pond, you may either underutilize and increase your expenses, or you may overuse the pond and it will still impact the growth, health, and everything of your fish. So, what is stocking density? Stocking density, the easiest thing to say is if I have a pond, how many fish do I think this pond can take till a certain period where I want them out of the pond? So if let's say I'm keeping fish in this tank for just a month, I need to find out, okay, in a month, looking at the size of fish, how many fish can this pond hold? If I want to keep them for a longer period of time, the same time I may have to reduce the number because now the fish will be bigger. So that's just the general idea you want to have over here. So to calculate the stocking density, the first thing we need is the volume of water. Is the pond is going to take in water. So we need to find the volume. If we're able to determine the volume of the water, then we are a step into being able to calculate for stocking density. Then the next thing we want to look out for is what kind of fish do you want to culture? Okay, there are some fish that they need you to probably do something extreme for them, and then there are some other fish that they do not. For example, catfish will require 10 liters of water per kilo of fish in weight, while tilapia require about 25 liters of water per kilo of fish weight. So if you see, it's here for free. 10 liters of water is required to grow 1 kilo of catfish, and then 25 liters of water is required to grow 1 kilo of tilapia. So what's happening here is we all know they are fish. We all know we have our pond. Okay, so for the same pond, all of us will imagine that we do have. What we are saying is, what are you going to culture? If you are going to culture tilapia, then you should know that, okay, 25 liters per kilo of fish. Oh, if you are going to culture catfish, then 10 liters of water per kilo of fish. And the last thing you want to add has to do with mortality ratio. Mortality simply means that if I should put in, let's say, 10 fish in a pond, will all my 10 fish survive for the entire production cycle? Maybe yes, maybe no. So if no, what percentage are we calculating to be a part of the mortality? You understand? Because imagine you say your pond can take, you are thinking your pond can take 1,500 fish, and then based on your mortality, the mortality is like more than half of that. Then it means your pond will be underutilized. You understand? So you just want to factor that. But this 5 to 10% it looks very small, but it's a lot of work. technically or generally, new farmers, I normally do a calculation of 20% for you. So 20% means that if you stock 1,000 fish, 200 of them should die before maturity. Now, what we tell people is every farm starts from a high mortality, and based on experience, you now try to find ways to reduce that. When you started a pig farm, I'm sure there were a lot of things that were not going well, but after some time, you will now be able to learn and pick something. Those of us who are doing seasonal farming, you will realize that there are times when the first production you did, some of us within our first production, we left it for the world. Everything so was happening. But subsequently, we realized, okay, maybe if I start a week earlier, if I delay, if I'm supposed to weed at this time, and I don't weed at this time, this is the impact. Okay, that is the ideal one of it. So, in as much as you're starting with like a 20%, you want to get better to like a 10% than to like a 5%. You understand? Alright, great. So it's a way of just measuring. And then the last thing I would like to add would be maybe in calculating for the volume of water in your pond, you want to find out. So if let's say a pond size is 80 by 10, so length is 80, width is 10, but height is 4 feet. Most of the time, you may not have water be in the entire 4 feet. So the desired level is normally 2 to 3 feet in very good systems. And those 2 to 3 feet, it means that there's a 1 foot which is not going to be added to the calculation of the volume of water. So that's some quick thing I wanted to pick it up from here. So to do the calculation for a rectangular or a square tank is basic. To be able to get the volume, our units of measurement comes in 2 different ways. It can be more, but I'm just focusing on meters and feet. Some people do like to deal with meters, some people like to deal with feet in their calculations. Okay? So if you want to calculate for the volume of water in the pond that is in meters, you just need the length, the breadth, and the height, and you multiply by 1,000. That will give you the volume of water in that pond. But in the same feet, it will be the length times the breadth times the height, and you multiply it by a mathematical constant. That is to help to convert feet into meters, which is normally 28.316. And I'm looking at 6. Okay, so it's 28.316. Can be 28.312 from 3 to yeah. Alright, so I hope you get here, like you get what is happening here. This is very basic and simple. Wherever you go, so if this table is a pond, I should be able to measure here, measure there, measure the height. If it's in feet, if it's in meters, multiply by 1,000 to get a volume of water. If it's in feet, this, and that, and multiply by 28.316. And so it's easy for me to tell the volume of water in the tank. So right now, all of us over here, we should be able to tell the volume of water. If you are not able to revise. Okay. Right. Great. So that's for a square or a rectangular. When it comes to a circular pond, it becomes a little bit more dense. What just happening is that before you can find the volume, you need to find the area and then the height. So the area of the pond together with the height, and then the area will be that it's 22 over 4 times the diameter square divided by 4. That's if you are doing the meters, and then also in meters, when you are multiply by 1,000 for meters, but then in meters you multiply by 3168. Okay, but a lot of the times you are not going to see a lot of your ponds coming in the round form. Okay. This is Alright. So to calculate for stocking density, this line, no mind this, guys, divided by. So to calculate for stocking density is basically to find out how many fish can be in a pond. What we have to do is we've calculated the volume of the water. Okay, we've also seen how to calculate for volume of water. So when we get a calculation for the volume of water, the next question is we have to divide it by what species we are causing. What species here? What species?
Which one is catfish?
Any different answer? I like different answers. Alright, so yes, 10 meters means we are causing catfish. So if we find the volume of water, we divide by the amount of water we know that the species wants. And that will tell us, okay, if I'm to give them to a kilo, this is the number of fish that pond can take over my catching period. Okay, it's very simple. So for example, let's do this. If a pond has 50,000 liters of water and 15,000 liters of water and you're catching catfish, how many fish can go in that pond at a kilo size? 15,000 liters of water, you are catching catfish. How many fish can go in the pond? 1,500. Now let's do this tricky. Let me trick it a little bit. What if you're not going the fish to a kilo, but you're going the fish to 500 grams? How many fish go into the pond? Yeah, 3,000. Any different answer? Yes, 3,000. That's what I want you to understand with stocking density. Is if you know the size you want to get at the end of the production cycle, and then you know the kind of species you are catching, the volume you are gone. It's as simple as that. You understand? The same way some of us we have stocking density is like you want to plant on this facility, you want to plant on this one acre. How many beds can you need to create and how many plants you go on that 1 acre? That's in the stocking density of that farm. It's the same thing over here. Okay? Alright. Any question here? Please. Wanda and any other person who is online, please. If you have questions, let me know. Then
I have a question.
Okay.
You spoke about underutilization of the facility depending on the number of fish you put into the game. Granted, I have a 10 by 10 fish pond, and I think I cannot feed all the fishes at a particular cost. What happens if I understock the pond?
Alright. Beautiful question. I think I'm going to see if there can be a classic example I can give to you. So my pond is a 10 by 10. Let's do the calculation. What's the stocking density for this pond? The pond is a 10 by 10. The feet or the height of the pond is 4 feet, but we are keeping the level of water at 2 feet. Let's do this calculation. Let's do everybody. Let's do. We are doing this in 2 minutes. Okay, just 2 minutes. So a pond, the length of the pond is in feet. Okay. So the length of the pond is 10. The breadth of the pond is also 10. The height of the pond is 4 feet, but we are going to keep water into the pond at 2 feet level. How many fish do we think the pond needs to take? Please, the unit of measurement is feet, okay? Yes. It's feet. Ten by 10, yes. But then the height of the water in the pond, Are we okay? Thank you. Please, have you got your answers? I don't want to take too long. Have you got your answers? Who doesn't have an answer yet? Who doesn't have an answer? It means all of us, we have our answers.
We have some.
You have something. Beautiful. Alright. So let's do this together. First of all, let me take a bit of some of the answers. What did you get? Capacity. So let me write it here. So capacity. What are we getting?
400.
400. Any other? What did you get? Any other answer? Wonder, have you got any answer for us?
Let's all say something.
Yes, let's all say something. We should be bold. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. I don't know, this is the way. Alright, good. So let's all watch what's happening here. So we said first to be able to get the stocking density. And then we said we're culturing what? What were we culturing? Catfish. Yeah, we're doing catfish. Okay, maybe some people didn't get the answer because I didn't say we're doing catfish. So please, those who didn't get it, now you're doing catfish. So, alright, good. So first to get the stocking density, what we are going to do is simple. We're going to do 10 times what? 10 times what? 2. Why 2?
It's 4 feet back.
It's 4 feet, but you are using only 2. I think I can close here. I can close it. So what are we getting? 200. We are getting 200. What do we do next from here? Times what? We're looking for what? Volume. So when you do the calculation, what are you getting? 200 times 28 points. Yeah. I know that I'm looking on the calculator, but look at me. Anything. Okay, so what are we getting? Let's just do the calculation. 200 times 28.5. Again? 5,000. 663.2. Aha. So this is our volume of water, right? And we said we are culturing this species, catfish. So to find the stocking, and we are growing the fish. We are growing the fish to 1 kilo, 1 kg. 2, we are going to do 400 grams. Yeah, 400 grams because sometimes people like the fish small, and then they move on from there. Okay. For tilapia, you can sell 400 grams tilapia, they will look very good. People will buy. You can do 700 grams, people will still buy. So, one of the things I want you to understand is this. The fact that we are mentioning 1 kilo doesn't mean everybody should grow their fish to a kilo size. You understand? There are some people, I know someone who harvests fish every 2 days. Yes, he harvests fish every 2 days, and he does like 2 to 4 tons every 2 days. And he's doing tilapia. So when everybody is trying to get tilapia as big as me, he sells tilapia maybe something a bit smaller than this. And he's not competing with the big farms. When he is, there are a lot of big farms all across there, but he's always able to sell because he knows what he wants, what the market is looking out for. Because most of the time, your small size fish will be 400 to 700 grams. But someone can come and tell you, smoke the 1 kilo fish for me. You understand? So these are basic things we want to pick. So if we are doing catfish, we are just dividing this by this by 20. This is where the 25 coming from. That's for tilapia.
That's for tilapia.
Yes, but which one? What are we doing? We are doing catfish.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said that.
Alright, so,
Tilapia.
so approximately we are looking at 566 in the pond at maturity. Okay. Yes. At maturity. So when you are stocking this particular pond, and let's just say that's the pond you have in mind to do all of this. It means that you need to have 566 in the pond. The pond can take 566 when they are 1 kilo, so that's like in almost 45, almost, well, some people do 4 months, some people do 5 to 6 months, they can get a kilo. So you are getting this. But I said you have to factor in mortality. So in factoring in your mortality, what you can do is you can find how many percent of this?
5 to 10.
No, I said new farmers.
Oh,
You have
Let's do 20. Okay, so we look for 20% of what? 566. What are we getting? I like the fact that this particular class is a bit different from the previous one. The previous one, they didn't get a chance to really sit this information in. 20% of 566 or 0.2 times this. What are we getting?
113.
113. So let's add 113 to 566.
679.
How many?
679.
So 679. So that it means that I can as well decide to just do it maybe 688. You understand?
Can you do 700
You can.
under the sacrifice?
You can.
You
You can.
It's safe.
Yes. Then let's do for 400 grams. Let's do for 400 grams. We are giving 400. We are going the fish to 400 grams. What we'll do is this. This volume of water, 566.3 divided by 10. This is for a kilo, right?
Yes.
So if this is the number of fish you can keep in the pond when the fish are up to a kilo, what we can do is if it's 400 grams, what are we getting? I'm sure a lot of you are just saying not sure about it. But you are losing something small. You are losing something small in there. Some very important fraction that when you are done, you can use that one to dash the CEOs and the rest. Christmas, you can use that quantity to dash people. Christian, we don't do that. We don't dash plenty. Your profit, you can't dash like that. So, good. So, what are we getting? is we've gotten our pond, we've gotten some fish, we know that we need this amount of fish into the pond. The next thing I want to discuss has to do with sorting of fish. Sorting, as in sorting, not adding salt. Right. So, what it says here is that sorting is usually it involves separating a mixed group of fish into different species, males and females, immature and mature, diseased and clean, and it is often done at the same time as grading and usually needs more skilled people. This is FAO. But what sorting just means is this: anytime you are trying to take some fish out of the pond because of size, health, sex of the fish, you are sorting your fish. Okay? And when do we sort our fish? So, at the hatchery level, sorting is done pretty much often. Because if I'm selling fish to you, I would have to sort to make sure I'm giving you like the same sizes. If you look at the way our sitting arrangement looks like, it's like the same sizes, and we've already sorted ourselves in the sitting arrangement. Like Pearl and Amtu. Pearl and Amtu, they are wearing green, they sorted themselves out. Those online too, they sorted themselves online. We have our able team too, who sorted themselves out. And that is basically what's happening. Okay? So when we give you fish, even if it's tilapia or catfish, we sort or we grade. And our sorting or grading can be because we are selling. Okay? So aside the husbandry practices and the importance of that sorting, it is the same as trying to grade. So if someone is coming to buy your fish, they are mature, and they tell you, I like this size, I'm average of this size. You want to be able to sort your fish nicely in a way that you have that size. You understand? Good. And sometimes when it comes to tilapia, catfish, there are some fish in the pond that we call them jumpers or shooters. What is going to happen is they will be the same one with everyone. They will go so big and you will need to move them away. If you don't do that, what is going to happen is they are going to feed on others. Swallow them, in fact. Yesterday, we had a story where classic example was with Ralph. 20,000 fish were stopped. After almost a month, the person is saying they have like 10,000, but I think they have like 7 now. They have some mortalities, but again, that's like over like 50% off. Why? Some people are in the pond. When you put feed, they are hiding, and when they are hungry, they just go out swallowing other fish. I've seen about 11 pieces come from one fish before. And imagine if every time that fish is taking 11, and then it's not that fish is not the only fish. You have about, in a big pond, you have about 100 of them. That's the damage. So sorting can be very, very important. So when do we sort? Again, I try to keep my trainings very simple and basic. You sort when you realize that in the same fish tank, a fish is big enough to swallow another fish. If you realize that in this tank, this fish, you are like as twice as the size of almost everyone, you need to be out of there as soon as possible. I wish I could project a picture to share with you where we took in the farm. We see a bigger fish swallowing another fish, and then that fish gets choked by the other fish is trying to swallow. So the two of them will die. Have you seen that in a fish pond before? But have you seen that before? What's the aquaculture looking up there? What's that fish? Yeah. It happens. They'll swallow others. And sometimes when they are swallowing, they cannot swallow anymore. But they put it to maybe the middle and then they cannot continue. And then they die. Alright. Okay, so whenever you want to sort our fish, because right now you realize that it's very important. Is it not important? It's very important. It's stopping our money. Our money is entering into the thin air. And so if we want to do sorting, there is one important thing we need to know. The major thing that kills your fish is called what? Stress. Stress kills fish than any other thing. There are some people, human beings, there are some human beings that are stressed, they can die. But for fish, stress kills fish. It means that anything you and I do, willingly or unwillingly, knowing or unknowingly, will introduce stress and will kill your fish. This morning I had a simple example in my farm where one of the persons managing the farm closed the valves, but he didn't close it as high. What's going to happen? What will happen to the fish? I need water. Water is not coming. What happened? So today they're taking a lot of their fish. Anything is so bad, but when we are talking to the I've not really spoken to him, but Ralph, who's in charge of operations, was talking to him. And you see, he said he knows he didn't intentionally, it's not willing. The fish doesn't know that it's not willing. So anything at all you and that you can do that introduces stress, or in the environment that introduces stress, will definitely kill your fish. So whenever you are trying to sort your fish, just have it at the back of your mind. I want to reduce the stress as much as possible. In as much as the sorting is important, the stress levels needs to be managed. So first one would be that make sure your fish is not taken out of water for far too long. We are counting 20,000 fish. We count, sometimes we count as high as 26,000, 30,000 fish. The fact that I are counting 30,000 doesn't mean that you go and fetch fish, but you can count 5,000 in a small container where the fish are. They can't even find space to swim. You understand? So make sure that you don't get your fish out of water for far too long. Normally, when we are sorting fish, we make sure all other things we need to sort is ready before we start. You don't come and enter your pond, drink the water, your fish, they are just flapping themselves, and then you realize that, oh, my scoop net. And then you go, your scoop net is spot, and you need to buy some from somewhere. You understand? So we make sure every single thing is ready. Bowls are cleaned, so they are cleaned already before the sorting has even started. Because we want to try and minimize the stress as much as possible. Okay? Then make sure you are not sorting in very long buckets. See this nice picture? There's a very nice handsome guy here. And he's in a pond trying to sort some fish. Isn't he a nice guy? And in sorting this, the bowls available to him were long buckets, like long barrels, like the very, very long ones, like very long. And there were a lot of fish in the pond, so he was sorting, and then he was taking out some fish. You can see he's posing for the picture, and whilst he's posing for the picture and trying to get a nice shot, while he's in the pond, the fish are still struggling. There's a level of water, look at the level of water. It's low. There's a net you push all the fish to one corner so that you can be able to do what? Pick them up. Because for video, we are making sure that we are getting what we want for video, but we are introducing a lot of stress. But then what happened was, while we were taking the fish out of here, the other side of the net, we have all the basins over there. So when I pick the fish, because when you pick different sizes. So then I put, you go here, you go here, you go here. And then people had long buckets. And the fish were a lot. They were over 1,000 or so. And that time I was not too well. So I had other people helping me. So when you give the put, then they had like 1 or 2 tanks where they go and pour, and they go and pour. But we kept some of the things, like the thing was there, the barrel was there, we kept it for a longer time. Because we were pouring, at least when we pour some of the fish, they had to go and pour and bring it back. Oh no. We were still doing and doing and doing. And so when it was time for us to go and pour the fish into the other barrels and the other holding tanks, what happened was the top fish were very fine. We poured and realized that there was a lot of the fish that they are not responding. I realized that they are giving up. I was so shocked, like, why did you up so easy? But they are giving up. They were there. And so the person who were doing the sorting for, they also wanted to try the fish. So they also said, about 14 of them or so. Let's try it. And if it's a small household, 14 because of sorting. So if every day they are sorting and they are killing 14, 15, 14, 15. And look, when you look at the size of the fish, these fish were big. You understand? So these are things we need to always bear at the back of the mind. The fact that you think it's a good thing to do doesn't mean that just do it. In this same pond, I don't know whether it was me or someone else, slipped and fell. Why? The tarpaulin ponds, they become green. Algae is slippery. So you jump into the pond, into the algae, moving and then slip again. So when we are sorting, and you have to enter the pond, you don't enter every pond. If you have to enter the pond, what you do is there's a salt solution, you dip your legs inside. But what we are saying here is have some gloves and then some boots to prevent you from slipping and injuring yourself. The quality boots that we know, you can wear it dabbed with the salt. So your legs are dabbed with salt, the boots are also dabbed with the salt, then you can enter the pond. Why are we dabbing with the salt? Why are we putting a bit of salt in there? Why? Disinfection. Yes, we don't want to eat. We don't want to go and salt and you brought, you introduced COVID-20 to the fish. No. Okay. And then normally, this is very important. If I'm going to salt today being Holy Saturday, and I'm going to salt fish, we don't feed the fish in the morning. Because we normally do the sorting when there isn't a lot of sunlight. So in the morning where we know we are going to salt, the night before we know, everybody in the team knows we are going to salt fish. Okay, so early in the morning we make sure everything is available. That time is not a time you say, oh, they're supposed to eat at 7, so I forgot to feed them. So let me feed them. No. What is that going to do? Introduce what? Stress. Because when, I don't know about you, but when I'm very, very satisfied, like after eating some very hot cake, it's difficult for me to do something else. I just want to rest. I just want to sleep. So when your fish feed, what is going to happen is that a chunk of their stomach is blocked. The intake of oxygen is also something that you need to pay attention to. You understand? So on the day of sorting, don't feed your fish. When you are done sorting, what can happen is that your fish may still not eat after your sorting. So it's not a problem if they be sorted and then realize that the fish didn't eat. Or the whole day they did not eat it. It's not a problem. You understand? Any question for sorting? online persons. Have you got any questions?
Yeah, so I want to find out, is there an efficient way of doing this process?
The efficient way is make sure fish is not taken out of water for a long time. Make sure you're not using long buckets. Make sure you are using your gloves, your boots. Make sure all the ponds that they are going to go into, they are already prepared. There is water. The common thing I want you to do is I should not stress my fish for far too long. Okay. All right. I've seen people use graders, even tilapia farmers. When they sort, they still have mortality. Like, your fish can be so fine. You can sort, and when you're done sorting, now there is a disease. Like, you see your fish having disease pop up. Sometimes it's because of you may have introduced something into the pond. Sometimes you may not have introduced something into the pond, but you see, pond aquaculture and these systems, the new system of the fish, like as we are here, there are a lot of microorganisms in the air that we are not reacting to. Because our immune system is, I believe so. Our immune system is strong and is able to handle all of those things. But someone could also enter here with a very low level of immune system, and but for the fact that there is a bit hot or whatever, they may react. So you can sort your fish, their immune system and everything was okay. Because of the stress, their immune system has gone down a little bit. And now the environment they begin where they are trying and they are able to deal with. So most of the time, if you know that you are supposed to sort and you are just sorting, still pay more attention to your fish. Sometimes it can take as much as a week where you are conditioning, that is paying attention to your fish, reducing the stress levels. Okay. Yeah.
I wanted to ask whether the time for sorting is relative, or there's a particular time when you put the fish into the pond, introduce the fish into the pond. There's at least 3-4 weeks or something. You should check it. So it depends on the growth of the shooters and the jumpers.
So the question is here. The answer is here.
The answer is
here. Okay, so how frequent do we sort? That was the question, right? How do I know when I'm supposed to sort and how often do I do it? So how frequent do we sort? If it's catfish, you know, most of the farms we give you either a juvenile or fingerlings. We like to do a lot of juvenile. Okay. So what happens is this: when you receive your fish, first 2 to 3 weeks of receiving your fish, you need to sort your fish. That's the time where there's high levels of cannibalism. The first 1 month of your fish coming in, after 2 to 3 weeks, if you've not kept there, if you've not done your sorting, your figures will reduce. Irrespective of the system you have your fish in, your figures will reduce. Why? The shooters in 3 weeks, the shooters have had a lot of chance. So most of the time, the first 1 week is like conditioning. But like when new fish move into a new farm, they want to get used to the environment. Okay, maybe where they were coming from, the water quality was a bit different. Now they come to a new environment, they want to get used to that environment. So maybe the first week they get used to it. The second week, now that they are used to, they want to feed the level they need to feed. When we go to feeding, we'll explain to you. Because normally when we tell people, when you see fish at the first time in your farm, even though maybe the fish is supposed to eat 10 grams of feed, we may tell you to feed 5 grams just because they come into a new environment and they need to adapt, and all that. You understand? So we look at some of these things. So what we are saying is, when you receive your catfish from week 2 or week 3 max, do your sorting. When you are done doing your sorting, the next sorting can be done again after a month. when maybe you will still be able to see some going very, very fast or bigger than the rest. You see, the cannibalism in the fish reduces when they are bigger. You understand? But when they are smaller at this stage, like first 1 month, the cannibalism is through the roof.
Because of easy swallowing.
Easy to do easy to cause harm. So every farm, I thought, so what I've observed from my operations is, if you're able to do this and you do it well, if the size of fish you receive, there isn't too much disparity in the size. Okay, when you got from the hatchery, the fish you receive, there wasn't too much difference in the sizes. When you sort, after the first 2 to 3 weeks, the next sorting can be done after a month, and then the next sorting can be done after within or after the next 2 months. But what I've observed is I don't really do this and this. I don't even do them because of how you do your sorting, the sizes, the lot. I said when do you sort? When you see that there's a fish big enough to swallow the other. So if you do your sorting very, very well, you don't use laziness. So the laziness bit is you are sorting. Because the fish, when you're sorting fish, it can be a bit tricky. Because you could take a fish, you drop it in let's say big, medium, small. Sometimes you can just decide, right? You can pick a fish big, you can pick a fish medium, you can pick a fish small. You pick another fish, it looks small, it looks medium.
All the
Exactly. Okay, but the general rule of thumb is when you realize that it's not easy for, if I should put you in this pond together with these guys, they cannot swallow you. Okay. Right. Good. So why do we do sorting? Why is it important? Maximum yield per pond. Maximum yield per pond. Why? If the fish, they are diseased, and I sorted the diseased ones into quarantine tanks and I treated them in those quarantine tanks, the disease will not spread and still destroy more fish. If I stock 10,000 fish and I reduce my cannibalism by a very huge percentage, my yield can still go up. The third one has to do with feeding. When you are feeding your fish, imagine all of us here, and then we have my 9-month-old baby here, your 3-year-old, 6-month-old, and all of us, we are giving one size of food. All of us here, including the babies, and they give us that small baby bottle or thing that all of us should eat. What happens? Some of us, we may need 15 bottles of that to be okay. Right? And what happens is that when you are feeding your fish, normally you are feeding them a certain size. So you want to make sure that, okay, if I sort my fish and they are in a pond, for a certain pond, I'm giving them the right size of feed and the right quantity. Because if you don't give them the right size of feed, if a fish is very, very big and the feed is very, very small, they may not be able to eat it. And if they are not able to eat it, won't be able to fall. The other one, the other fish, the moment they realize there's any sign of the feed on that. So you want to minimize your loss and then your debt. Again, last week I was supposed to correct this. I like money, so that's why I wrote monitor. Like monitor. Is it to monitor and analyze fish? I wrote monitor. But so what's happening is when you are sorting your fish, you can monitor your fish and look at their health. Because if you are checking your pond and you realize, oh, maybe this fish is growing something weird, you take it out into another pond. You can properly manage that whilst you manage the spread of the disease in those ponds as well. Okay, so right now we are done with the first part of the training, which has to do with what? Pond, stocking density, and sorting. For those of us who joined a bit late, what we did was a bit simple. So for all of you, you're like a 5 minutes break. Okay, but I'm just doing a quick recap for persons online and then the persons who joined a bit late. So what we're saying today is respond. What happened? Ralph, what happened? It's like, you see, don't do recap. Hey. Okay, so let me do this. Wow. So we're saying that if you want to start a fish farm, okay, there are some boxes you need to be able to take. The first one of them is you need to find out how you can plan everything for your farm. Okay. So planning everything for your farm includes first off looking at where you want to set up your farm. What capacity do you have in mind? If I want to farm in this space, it would require different things from if I want to farm in the entirety of the space here. So that is one of the things we were saying. Look at the space, erosion, flooding, security, accessibility to that particular space. The next thing is water quality. We want to find out what's the available source of water I can use for my farm in this particular location. Borehole, stream, wells, lake, rivers, rainfall, all of them, you can look at that. I have a farmer who is doing over 50,000 capacity fish farm. He only uses rainfall. Wow, dear, wow.
Does it conjure?
Yeah?
Does it conjure?
It's not conjuring. He just happens to be at a place where God is allowing a lot of rain. So he has
a reservoir.
It's built like a dam, and the fish are in the dam. So he just, for all of you guys who are farming, if you are doing large scale farms, you have to get your own dam. So what this person is doing is he's got like 1, 2, 3, but very big ones, and the water just flows into it. And he's doing polyculture. He's farming tilapia and catfish in the same time. So what's happening is the catfish feed on the tilapia babies. He doesn't want to buy plenty feed. So the catfish are feeding on the tilapia babies. The catfish, because there are different sexes in the male and the female, the tilapia will keep reproducing. Exactly. So for him, his calculation is a bit different. You understand? But it has its challenges too that it poses as well. But in where he finds himself, he's pretty much doing good. Meanwhile, if I want to rely on rainfall here, I'm doomed. Okay? So that's one of the things we're looking out for. We're looking out for quarantine, recirculation. If you're not getting a lot of water, do we need to find ways to, we need to think about when to recirculate the water in my ponds and what have you. Then we spoke about moving on from the tarpaulin ponds and the basic things we want to look out for. And in looking out for tarpaulin ponds, we are saying that they have basic components. You need a tarpaulin material, which should be high density polyethylene material. Emphasis on food grade. Emphasis on food grade. If you want to export, if you want to get some licenses, these things are things that they will ask you and they'll check. Okay. So that's, and then the components, you need some metals. The metals, try and get a galvanized pipe, try and get the right size for a tarpaulin. Okay. Then the last bit are the inlets and outlets that will introduce water. Moving on from there, we're saying that there are some advantages of these kind of ponds, the tarpaulin ponds, to the traditional ponds. One has to do with cost. It is quite easy for you to set up a tarpaulin pond, and not too expensive as compared to if you are building the other set of ponds. Maintenance as well. It's easy for you to watch the water quality parameters and pay attention to it and do all of the things that would help the farm to thrive as compared to the traditional ponds. And then we spoke about flexibility. It's easy for you to assemble this entire farm in less than 3 days. When you want to move your location to somewhere else, it's easy for you to pick everything here and go set up a farm somewhere else. Whereas your concrete, ethnic, cage farms may not necessarily give you that level of flexibility. And then moving on from there, we came to talk about the different sizes. So we have the square or rectangular, we've got the round, and then we've got the frame supported ones. Then we went to stocking density, calculating how many fish need to be in a certain pond, and then how to calculate for that. We find the volume, we divide by the species we are looking out for, and then how long we want to grow them, and then that's it. And so, for example, if we have 10,000 liters of water and we are catching catfish, which requires 10 liters of water per kilo of fish, that's going to give us how many 1,000 fish after the production, in that production cycle. We came to sorting. I'm sure you met the whole thing for sorting, but sorting was basically separating big fish, male, female, healthy, unhealthy, for any reason in a pond. And we're saying that we sort when we realize that there's a fish big enough to sort another fish. Stress causes a lot of issues in your farm. Stress kills your fish a lot. So anything you do in your farm, you want to minimize the stress. So while you are sorting, try to find ways and means to minimize the stress. And then when you sort first 2 to 3 weeks of receiving your fish, you can do the next month and you can do 2 months after that. And then the importance of sorting is that it's going to help you to maximize your yield, it's going to help you to reduce loss or death in your farm, and it's going to help you to monitor your fish and their fish health related issues. Thank you. All right. So the next thing we are going to look out for. Yes.
I want to ask.
The break was the recap. If you wanted to break, if you really want to break, I'm done the recap. There we go. All right.
So in poultry, if you want to reduce stress, you give them vitamins.
Like medicines and whatnot.
Is it the same for fish?
Yes, there are different things we do to. So this is it. There are things we can give to our fish to reduce the stress. Some of them are transporting fish. There are different medicines that we can put in the tanks to transport the fish over the period, the long distance. The challenge I've realized in Ghana, a lot of the products out there are not necessarily for fish. So you see vitamins, you see this and that and that. They will not necessarily be for fish. Some of these things too that they produce in the market so far leave certain residues in the fish. I am saying this because for almost 5 years now, I've been having a back and forth with the University of Ghana Marine and Fisheries. We'll be looking at probiotics, all of the things. When you put this in the water, you change water. If you do this, we'll be looking at them. And especially like fish medicines, a lot of them don't work, and then a lot of them too. If this slide, you pay attention to this slide, you will be a bit okay, you will not need that. So in my farm, the only thing I use for treatment is bitter leaf, that's all. I don't use, you can use potassium permanganate, there are a lot of other things you can use, but no, I just use my bitter leaf. Sometimes salt, just salt, you can use salt to sometimes reduce the breaking of the fish's body and the stress bags. You understand? So I don't have like products A, B, C to tell you that go and use to reduce your stress. Okay. I normally also speak to things I've used. So what we can do is this. Then you can start your farm. You can get 1 tank small fish and you can try some products to see if it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't affect the entire stock. If it works, you do like 2-3 times. For someone who was doing research, I'm sure you know that one try is always not necessarily going to be. You research, you want to do it for a longer period of time. How many times? You have seen something?
Yeah, I wanted to remember a certain chemical I was looking for treating it. I didn't biological
You do?
I use the plantain stems.
The plantain stems. Yeah. So the biological. Yeah. So people even use plantain stem, bitter leaf. In Nigeria, they have a different set of herbs that you can use as well. Neem tree. So neem. I've seen someone use neem for their pond, but you see again, if I've not used it, I will not come and speak as an expert on that. That's how I do my stuff. Well, most of the things I'm telling you, these are things that me I know. If I don't know,
And the plantain stem, how do you do?
okay, so the plantain stem, so this is what we do. If we use it for, I use plantain stem to treat the pond. Okay, so in treating of the pond, what is going to happen is this. You build a concrete pond. When you build a concrete pond, there's cement and all of those things in the pond. Do you know, like you put water into special fish will die? So you need to be able to make sure that you cure the pond and you cure it properly. So what we do is the entirety of the plantain, just make sure you don't put too much sand in the water because you have to still clean. What we do is we fill the pond to almost where we want to be working around. We cut the stems, the leaves, and almost the part of the plantain. Yeah, so we cut every bit and we put it in the water for about 3 weeks. I do 3 weeks in there. The reason why I'm saying 3 weeks is, I was working. I'm like a consultant for a lot of people. The same problem we had with herbal medicine. When they take 2 scoops, someone will go and bring some big. So what right now I've told people is I try to, because I'm dealing with different people. You and I may be able to get it even in 7 days. Someone, if you tell a person 7 days, it will not be, because they'll go and cut 1 or 2 and drop it in the water and expect that everything works. You understand? But you put in a lot in there for this period. Now, there are some few signs you need to see to tell you that, oh, the pond is ready. One of them will be the pond will look a little bit green. The second bit will be you may be able to identify some small microorganisms in the pond. If they can live in that water and in that pond without dying, your fish will be okay. For the bitter leaves, we use it as a detoxifier, sometimes to also reduce the stress. What we do is we blend the bitter leaves, we drain the water down a little bit, we pour the bitter leaves into the pond, wait for between 30 minutes to an hour, drain the water and refill. And we do that for like 3-4 days. All my farmers do this. If you come and tell me, oh, my fish, they are dying, they are having big stomach, like they are pregnant, and I look at that, I just put on the treatment. After 3-4 days, you call me back that it has subsided. If it hasn't subsided, then you need to pay attention to this slide. So a lot of the things, if you have this particular, like the next set, which is on water quality, the rest of the things, they are, you just do them in maintenance. Okay. All right. Can we go? Yeah.
I want to share some of the challenges I encountered. So my pond is actually massive. Then I use IBC count.
IBC, so that's the square count.
So my capacity was 1,000 passes capacity, and I use the IBC count. And then most of the times, the IBC count that I have in Ghana, it's either they put paint or acid in them.
Okay.
Before you put them. We normally don't get for 2 months, so I had to go wash them and do disinfection for 2 months. Right. After doing the disinfection, and then I got my catfish. I got 1,200 because I estimated 200 rates. Right. And then during my survey, let's say if it's
didn't really consider some of the neighboring bodies around. My own was a bit closer to a landfill. So when I was away, most of the times at night, they bring their refuse and the ashes were getting to my car. So within some short period of time, I already realizing that some of the cars had short stays and big ice. The ice was
Okay, so Gojin.
and then for some time, I started recording like 10, 15.
And then to be exponential.
Going up.
Yeah.
And then because I didn't have proper supervision, I was also studying. I did that when I was in first year. I was pretty balanced academics and then going back to the food and all those kind of stuff. And then one thing I realized is that when I went out to train out the water and product, I realized there was a very big geisha soup in our time.
Geisha soup.
Yes. A very big geisha. I don't even know how I put it. So me, from what I know, I'm certain that probably the person was actually going there to eat in the food and might enough that. That's how I put it.
All right. So it's more of pay attention to your farm, pay attention to the environment, look at what's happening, and that will help you a lot in your fish farm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. So what he's saying is very, very true. One of my shockers was when I started fish farming. I told you I had a concrete tank. The concrete tank was a tank my dad built. But because I was in school at that time, I was in university, my father said, if I don't help them to build the concrete tank, you give my institution, my father said, so myself together with, he was in construction, so myself together with one of the masons, we built the concrete tank, tiled everywhere beautifully. No information or knowledge. We filled with water. And we went to buy like over 1,000 pieces of tilapia. That tank was like maybe from here to here. 1,000 fish. But what's the weather can happen? They died like fun. Exactly. And that was, I didn't care about that or what happened in that time. It wasn't my money. So I didn't mind. But when I started my fish farming in the IBC, I went to buy like 500 and I paid them with the concrete tank. When I paid them with the concrete tank, at that time I had used damp proof and the rest to do some patches. So they killed some of my fish. I took my fish out. So before I took my fish out, my younger brother had gone to church. And then when I came, he had fetched sand and gravels. And he has poured them in the pond. So I lost a lot of my fish as well. So when I do fish farming, it's more of paying attention to the farming. But see, started with IBC. And who, how many did IBC? How? You have 4 IBC. So each IBC was taking,
I did 25.
2 to 2. Still, there's nothing that's you realize that IBC can do like up to 40 and 70. Even the 70s when I have like 70 at maturity. So if you are doing, I've been done before. I do like, I lost close to 800 fish in a trip of an hour. And they were not fish. They were fish. Like, they were not fish like this. They were a bit bigger. And that was not because of stocking this. I put a lot of them in IBC. I knew in the US, people were doing intensive water. They are changing the water and all like you see a small system, you see a lot of fish. So I was like, who the US can do it? I can also do it. So what I was doing, I was changing the water every day. Every day. It's IBC. I knew how much Ghana water was charging me. It was like 60 pesos per 1,000 liters of water. So yeah, changed every day. The fish were growing big. I said, oh no, IBC, let's see. But also, part of my mind was looking at what the fish can handle. One morning I came, they were looking so good. The water was clear, water quality. Yeah, the water was clear. I was like, oh God. Someone came to see me, I was consulting for him. Then, for some reason, I was almost done with the conversation. So I was just going to look at my phone. I know when you are coming from afar.
I'm going to see water, but you are seeing stomachs. You know when fish die, you see tight. So you are seeing stomach, you're like, then you get close to the pond, and then you see they're like, well, maybe I've lost like some, well, it has covered the entire pond, but well, I've lost maybe like some 300. You come and drink the water, and then out of like 800 plus fish, I got about 50. Wow. Yeah, I got like 50 big. And then, what do you think will come into my mind? I'm finding out who came to drop something in my water. Someone poisoned my fish. But maybe nobody did. Nobody actually did. You never know. So that is farming. That is farming. That makes farming more interesting. Alright. So it's 11:05 and we want to discuss water quality. I think by 1 we should have been done, but we will probably finish way before. Okay. So water quality. Why is water important for fish farming? What's the question? It's their life. It's their everything. So water is so important. You can have the most beautiful pond. You may have imported all of the most sophisticated things. You have the best feed ever created by mankind for fish. If your water is bad, some people say it's good. If your water is good, your fish is going to give up. So your fish will live their entire life in water until you decided to harvest them. And for that reason, the quality of water is very important for the livelihood of your fish. Bad water would let you grow fish that have abnormalities. Instead of the fish growing in a certain way, they are growing in a certain way. Fish, a lot of the time, bad water quality ponds. That's where you see a lot of ulceration on the fish, lesions. You see a whole lot of things on the fish just because of what? Bad water quality. So, bad water quality can cause fish anomalies, disease and kill. The quality of your water can also determine the quality of the fish you produce. And for that matter, it is important that you pay very, very good attention to the water you are going to use to farm. Are you doing your fish farm for the fun of it, or you are doing it to make money? Why are we doing it? To make money? Yes. Because I know some people who are doing fish farm for fun. I have tried that the fish farm I've set up for them is for their homes. If you like, go to Latham Farms, go to our videos. You see some videos of some very, very beautiful homes. And it's just one of the things to, I think I need to have some fish farm, or some people want something on their summer house. They're not doing it to sell. But me, I need money. And so the quality of the produce will also determine the price people will be willing to pay for it. And for that matter, you should pay attention to anything that can impact your quality. Very, very important. Right now, a lot of the rich men, I don't know why they are stopping, but they should come back to where they want, all of them want fish in their farm. Right now, a lot of the rich people are trying to make sure they have some small garden in their house, they have some small poultry, small this, I have to tell them they should continuously consider fish. Alright, good. Because fish is the way to go. A lot of us, we are supposed to stop eating meat and focus on fish. So fish is good. Okay? And every Ghanaian, each one of us, according to the survey, each one of us in a year, we eat about 25 kilos of fish. Even if you are eating small, in a year, you and I will eat about 25 kilos worth of fish. Every year, every Ghanaian. That's apart from those who don't get fish, those who eat food without protein. But that's what we eat. When's the last time you ate fish? At least in this week, you may have eaten fish twice or 3 times. You understand me? And so, if you want to do a fish farm, there are different places where we want to get water from. But we are focusing on what we call the water, source water or water source. So that is the water you go and look for to even start your farm. Whether the water is going to be harvested from the sky, going to come from the ground, or you are going to do something that will be catching water from the wind. Just make sure that you know where your water source is. So there are different sources of water: river, streams, lakes, borehole wells, and then there are the pipe-borne, rainfall, and anyone that I didn't hand over here, which can be a source of water, you can add it. I thought someone was going to mention something. All right, good. So if right now you've identified any source water for your farm, your system, what was the source of water? Tap water. So the source of water is, you look at the location and you felt I can use tap water. And because I can use tap water, that's the source of water. In my farm here, our main source of water are two bowls, which the one we sank not too long ago. The first one is giving us more water than that one. And for that matter, sometimes we need to look for other sources of water to facilitate things in the farm. Good. So, if you found your source water, so wait, right now, if you want to start your fish farm, all of us here, picture a location in mind where you think right now. If that man should give you a pond, which I'm not, but if I should give you a pond, where are you going to put it? Where?
Close to where it is.
No, where? Like, where are you? Is it in your house? And you have a farm somewhere? Farm. So you can put that your farm. Your backyard. I like the backyard. Where? Farm. 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 The farm is where? Home. It's not going to be backyard. Home. There's a time I remember someone. So I will tell you this: for our business, on an average, in a week, we probably talk to between 150 to maybe 300 clients every week. So everybody who is watching fish farming content online, they come and send us messages. So we get the wild things. I remember one person who reached out to us and asked us, can she do her fish farm in her hall? She wants to do her fish farm in her hall. And you know what she did? She added a supporting video of where she wants to put the farm. So I looked at the video, I looked at the video with one or two people, and they were like, what can we tell this person which would still look okay, and the person will not feel like, because that is the honest opinion the person is taking. I've had people who want us to do fish farm on their rooftops. Some will tell you in my garage, and all of that. We just go there and it's not possible. Because it's not. You can do it. You need some airflow. You need a whole lot of things. And it is in your home. I mean, anytime I remember that, it tells me we receive a lot of wild questions. Okay, and other things. But sometimes we appreciate it as well because what we try to do is to give information. When we give you the quality information, you can make a proper informed decision. Exactly. So, if you look at yourself, everybody said farm, you said home, and then what? Farm. Online people, I'm sure they'll say farm, home, backyard, and all of that. So right now, we all see where we want to position our farm. When you want to position your farm, your pond that we are giving you, we are giving you, right? What is the water you are going to use for the farm you start from? Tap water. Yours is tap water. Your farm where? Well. You want to sink a well. So he's not going to sink it. Good. You want to sink a well. You want to use tap water. Good. So right now we've been able to identify the good source of water, right? What are we supposed to do? With the exception of tap water, which is going to come from where? Ghana water, which we know that has been treated with what? Alum and chlorine. Full stop there, I'll come back to it. With the exception of that, let's go to the other. So the river, lake, wells, I'm mixing new well, tap water. Someone said, God, rain on me. That is what you want to use for your farm. What you're supposed to use, you have to identify it. Then you want to run tests on the quality of the source water. And we are looking for, are there microbes? Are there heavy metals? Are there other parameters that may help my fish or may not help my fish? Very important. So if you are sinking a well, before you sink your well, you just get up and go and sink the well, or when you sank the well, you saw water coming, you and say yes. What you are supposed to do is you have to test it. What are we doing? When we say test, what are we doing here? We want to check the various components of the water to make sure it is okay. Why? Your well water may have heavy metals, it can be salty, it can have high what have you in there, which you may need to do something to it, or you may need to run away from. So to do that test, with the exception of pipe one, when you sink your well properly, like you sank a bore well, the next thing to do is take the water sample like this. Take a sample of water, not this quantity, but like in this thing. Take it to the lab. Which lab? Go to Water Research Institute of the CSIR department. They are near Alliance Française. I'm doing free advertising. When you go there, they will take your sample. You tell them you are doing physical chemical test. They are looking at the chemical components of the water. They will tell you to take 10 days for you to get your report. They will measure the water quality according to WHO standards to see if you can drink it or not. And they will tell you this is here, that is here. And that should help you for anybody who wants to start a farm. Now, if you've done that and you realize that, okay, now maybe you went to check the water and it's a bit salty, and the source levels are levels that your fish can accommodate. I think our water here is hard, it's not that salty. There's a slight amount of salt in it, but the fish, they love it. They're okay. Someone's farm, if you put a fish inside that water, they have killed the fish. So, if we do the test, sometimes they write in the recommendations down there, the things you need to pay attention to. Okay, so based on that, then we know that, okay, if the iron is high, there are different ways of handling that, all of the issues. Okay, all right. So now we've been able to test the water from all of the sources we're thinking about. Ghana water, everything is okay. The next thing to do is don't just take that water and start giving it to your fish. You do what? You harvest the water. And then you do what? You store it in a reservoir to help you to do any further test if it is required. So let's say the iron is high. You need to take the water into a reservoir. Then you find ways to reduce the iron. Let's say the pH is low. You do that, and then you find ways to buffer. So that is the general concept over here. Because the fact that you got in the water doesn't mean that you can introduce it to your pond just like that. But again, if you maybe do, for some people, they just need to do just one tiny thing, and they will have a lot of water available to them. For example, there was a project that some consultants reached out to me to help them to work on 100,000 capacity fish farm in the Volta region. I looked at the plan, beautiful plan. They were going to get the water from the river. The mistake was the water was going straight to the plant. So then I asked a quick question. If someone sees your project, the person says, I hate this project. And the person goes to the upper part of your river and drops something in there, or someone is farming and they use pesticides, weedicides, all of the sides. When it rains, it will wash them into the river. What happens when that water comes close to you and you are giving it directly to your farm? So sometimes you tell people, if possible, try and get a place or a reservoir where you can pump that water into it. You do your periodic test. And to do that test, there are basic things you can use to test your water quality. For example, this one is 5 in 1. 5 in 1. Okay. This one is 8 in 1. This one checks total hardness, ppm. Total hardness, nitrates, nitrites, iron, copper, free chlorine, alkalinity, and pH. Whereas there are other ones that test other set of things, hardness, carbonate hardness, like so there are like levels to all of the things that they are the test put. So after you've done the WRI or the one with the water recycling institute, subsequently as a farmer you can keep some of these things on you, because when you go and do the test at that water recycling institute, you pay like 400 cedis. That 400 cedis you can use to buy 1 or 2 of these kits. I think you know what like doing something. Then what you can do is periodically you can do your own minor tests. You understand? Before you introduce the water into the pond. The next thing you want to do is you want to factor in when it comes to water. I'll pass it around. The next thing you want to do is when it comes to water, you want to ask yourself, how many fish am I going to grow? What is the stocking density? We needed what? When I do stocking density, the first thing we say we are looking for is volume. So the volume is the amount of water I'm going to use for your farm. So you ask yourself, if I need 10,000 liters of water per week, I'm going to keep the fish for 180 days. That is how many months? 6 months. How many times am I going to change the water? I mean, I'm going to change the water twice every week. That's 60 times. Can my water source give me that level of water? You are planning it. What happens if they decide to close your tap? What happens if your 2 boreholes decide to tell you that today? Because during the dry season, recently, the dry season was massive. And so our borehole, so this was what happened. We were on one borehole. The dry season hit us so hard that we sank another one. And the first one is even more potent than the other one that we sank. So then we have to come up with a new strategy. And that's what I want you to think about. If you look at your production, maybe you can factor how much water do I need per week. If can I have a system where I can have that water available? If I'm not able to access that, what is the next set of things I need to do? So if you do that plan properly, you know the quantity of water you plan, you make sure your plan A is your borehole, your well, and all of that. What's your plan B? So you plan minimum when it comes to water, plan A, plan B, plan C. So let me give you an example. In this farm, our plan A, boreholes. Our plan B is to add the borehole from the house as well. And then if you look at the structure in the house, we harvest a lot of the rainwater. When it rains small, we are able to get 20,000 liters of water and more. So that's another plan. The third plan is that we have someone who drives a tanker. We are trying to procure the tanker. It belongs to that one farm. But whenever we need water, we bring us the water. But you still pay us money for. But we are so the reason why we are buying the tanker is not because we want a fish water tanker to bring us water. No, we are buying it because in times when we need it. And it's not like they're too smart, no. But if you do the business for a while, some of these things can help you to impact your business decision. So that's why we plan. Some of these things in the first year of your family, you will see them. But small. And I believe this. Their people are trained and their farms are better, beautiful, they make more money than me. It's like our teachers in school. Our teachers taught us, and then some of us drive, our teachers don't drive, and all of that. The fact that they taught us doesn't mean that they will be better off than us. So I am very much open to sharing what I know with people. The next thing I'll tell you is spice it up a little bit with your experience, your network, all the things that you have. Maybe you have. Maybe some of you have money. And if you have the right information, some of you don't have money, but you know people who have money. Okay? So we try to find ways to spice all of these things up. Then you can start a very big and beautiful farm. Alright, good. So then the last point is that you want to create easy and strong channels for your fish pond. Let me give you an example. What happens if my source water is at the valley where you people were coming from? That's my source, where my source water is. But my farm is still here. And I want to harvest my source water. For some reason, I still bust my poly tanks. My poly tanks are near the source water. Okay? And my farm is here. How easy will it be for me to pump water to this farm? Will it be easy? It will not be easy. 2, for some reason they decided to just take off all lights. But I need to change my water. How do I get water into the farm? I get the plant. I don't have plant money. If I have plant money, you know where I'll put it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So what we are saying over here is this. Create easy and strong channel, which means that you go and come and do some funny connections to your ponds. Example, I went to a farm, they have like 25 ponds, concrete ponds, they had a whole lot of problems, the ponds were breaking and all that, we have to go and find ways to fix it. All the ponds have pipe size, I think 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch pipe. So if they want to fill their pond, they can take the hoodie. The channel is not strong and it's not open or wide enough. Do you understand? So what we are seeing over here is that when we go out, you see that creating strong and easy channel means that, see, when you put your reservoir and there's water inside, and your ponds are here, see, it should be so easy for you to just get the water from your reservoir into your pond. So that's why when they come, you see that where our reservoir is, we lifted it a little bit. It's not for fun of it, that's why we lifted it like that. You could have also done just one small step for it. But there are times where light goes off, and the main part of our production is our nursery. So if light is off, right now we have solar system, so that's not a problem. If let's say solar 2 gives up on us, and we still need water, because it has been elevated a little bit, if I have good amount of water in the tank, what happens? It will still flow into atmosphere. It's so important. Alright, so I think you understand. Otherwise, you carry the when was this? It's less than 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So this training center was built in about like 2 weeks. And while we were building the training center, I was not here. I have very good people helping me in my business. Thanks to God. And so they were managing stuff over here. The day I decided to come and look at the progress of what they are doing, there was no more time. And we looked at the fish, the nursery, we realized the water needs to be changed. The challenge was they started changing the water, and then they realized they have to change the water at all. There is no water. The water tank persons too are telling you that they will come, but the truth of the matter is you can't wait for them to come. What is bucket? What is big bowl? What is more than 20 rounds every one? You fetch the water and you just into your pond. And you know the pond, the way the pond looks like, yeah? If you go and fetch 5 and you pour inside the pond, it doesn't still look like you started. But that is what fish farming can look like. You understand? It's so water is very critical for everything we are doing in our farm. Okay? Oh, some of these things, it's funny. When you are the one carrying the water, the people carry the water, they start telling that, hey, yeah, it's okay. And then my operation guy was like, it's not okay. Let them bring it. Someone would think we are being wicked to them. Like we like to give people work. So right now, you see what we can do to our source water. So as we are here, you have your pond, we all have our ponds, right? Or you don't have your pond. Yeah, we all have our ponds. We are doing it in our homes.
Yes.
And right now, we are giving the pond Ghana water. So good. I paused on the Ghana water bit, right? The Ghana water bit is because if you have water coming in frequently, the only issue is the alum and chlorine that is introduced in the water. Which, not all the time, you don't have the alum and chlorine being high. If you want to open your taps, it's not always high. Yeah. But you don't know when they will decide to make it high. You understand? So what we say is just harvest the water into a tank. Then you can dechlorinate. There are different ways to dechlorinate. But one of the easiest ways is evaporation. So once your tank is in the sun, you realize that the first time the water was coming to your house or was going to that tank, the chlorine was high. After a while, you open that same water and the chlorine is low. The chlorine has been dechlorinated by evaporation. So that was what I wanted to. I told you that I was forcing to come back to it, which was that if you leave the water in the sun, normally they're like 48 hours, you are good to go. And even if you have some water in the tanks already, and that new water entered, it's more or less like
you always have to have something like a reservoir.
You always need a reservoir for
if you want to
be a fish farm. I know people who don't have a reservoir who are doing it, but if I'm going to take some money out of my pocket to do this, there is a lot you see in this farm. The truth of the matter is that the business came up with money to buy another reservoir. And we need 4 reservoirs in this farm. And each one costs about 11,000 something like that. Yeah. And I use the money to do something here. So that the reservoir can win. Because I have to do a nice trade so that we can go and enjoy this space. But we still need it. So whether we need to buy farm or whatever, we still have to come up with the reservoir. Because if you have the reservoir, you have control. You normally want to be able to handle more than 70 to 80% of the risk factors and the control in the things we invest your money in. So now we know what to do with our source of that, right? How to, the first thing to do, the subsequent things we can do for that. Have you got any question?
Yeah, so since I was taking water directly from the tap, right? One guy that usually buy my food first, he went to Rana Food Company.
Rana, what's the name?
Uju, it's not massive.
Oh, massive. I don't know.
So he's Joe. So we actually recommended some water filter. It's not like a massive
small one, yeah.
And some seashells that are actually treated.
Yeah.
So that's what I was doing.
Yeah, so those sometimes even the acid content is high. We use those things to buffer. So yeah, so there are different things that we can use. Thank you very much. You can filter even when the source is high. There are people who are doing RO, reverse osmosis, different things. I don't like spending money too much on certain things. I try to do the basic, let it work, make some money, then reinvest the money into the more complex thing. You understand? Like if you see us doing some things over here, sometimes it's just because we want to know what is working for us. We make some money out of it, then we can reinvest the money to something else. Okay. So now that we've seen what to do with our source of water, please wanted to ask a question. Okay. Any question online? Alright. So now that you've seen what to do with your source water, the next one I want to talk about is your cultured species water. Cultured species water is just the amount of water available for your fish and other aquatic organisms. So we are looking at, if you set up your pond and you put in fish, so far as the fish is what you want to culture and they are in the water, that's your cultured species water. So in the water that is on your fish, a bit easy one. Day-to-day activities. Because it was easy, like Because like he says, he was thinking that it's just fish in water. It's just so as also I think the piggery, the cassava, and the rest. You know, piggery is easy until you start with. You hear there's money in there, you hear all of that. They can be true, but until you start it. Some of the painful bits is you started and you don't even have, you want to pay people money to do the thing for you. And you're having a staffing problem. They disappear on you. Before this trade, there was someone who was managing things in the farm. And we lost like 40,000 fingerlings. Yeah, 40,000. Which was supposed to translate into 80,000 to this one. Yeah. So when he saw that, because one thing about farming is this: you cannot be an absentee farmer. Your pigs will look so good. Next weekend, you're coming, your pigs are looking like it. Something is happening. You understand? So this one, what happened was we had hatched the fish and everything, put them in the tank, condition them, and everything nicely. And then, though I run this farm, this is a part of the business. This is what there are people's farms that are traveling to Ghana out and different places. Like that is the main line of business for me. Okay, so the farm is like a peripheral thing. If nothing is working at all, I have fish to smoke, sell, pay my workers, do my other stuff. That's why I actually have the farm. Prior to that, I was more consultancy, until I realized that Ghana can be Ghana. There are times where the business can go down, and so you need to be able to. Yeah, good. So, any amount of water or any environment where your fish find themselves in is the cultured species water. Now, there are different types of aquaculture systems. Okay, there's the OP system. OP. What comes into mind? OP. Because someone says OP, nothing else will come into your mind. OP. In a pond, if this is a pond, right, in an open system, water will enter a tapoli from one point through the inlet. Water will go out through the outlet. So water is entering, water is going out. That is an open system. The water going out is not coming back into the system again. So the flow that comes out is not from them. Then there's a closed system. So for the closed system, the water is coming from your pond. It is going to go through some one or two things you want to do so that the water can be reused for your fish. Those things are the closed system, and one of them is called RAS. Recirculating aquaculture system. Recirculating aquaculture system. Okay? And listen to it. Recirculating. It is re-going in circle. Recirculating aquaculture system. For this kind of system, your source of water you may have tested and everything is okay. You have introduced it to your fish. But right now, your fish is going to live in this water. The water is going back and coming back and going back and coming back. And maybe you are just topping up just like 10% or a few from your water source. Okay? I'm sorry to you guys, but if you come here again in, I don't know, maybe 4 months or so, you will be able to see a recirculating aquaculture system here and a biofloc system also, where we are making sure that the system is, like the water is recycling and all of that. Okay. The way I do my business is when I go and I do my job, I do a good consulting job, and it pays well, then I take the money to the best. Yeah. if I'm not going to it, I hold on because they're in Ghana. But that's how we try to run our business. So the recirculating aquaculture system is a system where the water is going. There is another one called the biofloc system. So the biofloc system too is similar to the recirculating aquaculture system. Water is still moving in the same environment. And so what we're trying to do is we try to set up the two of them just behind this place. So we have the biofloc and then the RAS. Biofloc. BIOFLOC. Looking. Alright. So these systems are good for those who say, oh, I don't have a lot of water to change and blah, 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 blah. Then, so that these are the open and then the closed. So the closed water is just going down. So anywhere you go, like an aquarium, closed system. Water goes down, goes down, goes down, goes down. My ponds here are not recirculating systems. Water goes out. They almost go for life, but not always. So then what we are trying to do in this farm is we are trying to set up a water treatment area. What is going to happen is all the water from our farm goes into a sump, the drain I mentioned. Imagine we don't have a sump that is taking on the wastewater. What will happen to this place? Your car will not get space to come here. It's going to the sump. So what we are doing is we are going to take all the water out, not to the bottom. So if, let's say the sump is 6 feet, we are going to put in a sewage pump, water pump, so about like 4 feet. It goes in, you put it on, it suctions the water, a lot of the dirt and the rest will go to the ground so that the soil will do the exchanges, and then the rest of the water they are pumping them into a container. There are the two tarpaulins over there. They are going to pump the water into those tarpaulins. Do what? Give it some small alum and chlorine. Sedimentation happens. We pump the top. Then we do a system. It's a basic system where we clean the water. Then we can put that water back into your reservoir and you can use it for the farm. You see the concept. So the concept can be the basic open. That system is still an open system because water is still going out. We are just trying to see. So if right now we are recirculating that water and we are treating that water, we need to check that water. And we need to be checking what's happening in our fish pond. Because in recirculating system, what is going to happen is that the water is being used and reached. So let's say there was a certain amount of oxygen in the pond, right? And that amount of oxygen, after 3-4 hours, 1 day, 2 days, the oxygen will not be the same. Okay? Water quality is not static and it changes from time to time. And right now, I pour water, you pour this water in a container outside, and you leave it there, and you come back the same day. The way, the quality of water in this container, which you place over there, It's not the same as the following day. It has been acted upon. That's the same thing that happens in the pond. So the fact that your source water is okay, quality, you put it in your pond, things are going to happen. What are some of the things that are going to happen? One, you have fish inside. All you do to the fish, you feed them. When you feed your fish, what's going to happen? They will also excrete. So the fish excrete is going into the water, and that excrete is going to change the water quality. The feed you are giving your fish, if you don't feed on all of that, and it's still in the pond, what's going to happen? Change the water quality. Your next fish, that's going to take out, which you didn't take out, or you didn't see, which has decayed in the pond, will do what? Change the water quality. And most of the time, the changes in this water quality, they are very interrelated. So if you are doing a system where you are recirculating the water, I normally do recirculation for people who have found fish before. If you've not found fish before and it's your first time, I am a bit reluctant to help you with that. Because you need to understand a lot of things over there. So in testing the water, we are looking at the pH of the water, carbon dioxide of the water, temperature of the water, dissolved oxygen of the water, ammonia, nitrogen, nitrate, salinity, stability. These are all the things we normally test. So that is why you can now go and take this. This one says, I'm not doing an advert for API, I'm not paying me, but I've had these ones for quite a good amount of time, like maybe 4 years. Yeah, but I've been keeping this one nice. So this one, API test kit, it says it tests fresh water, it tests what? pH, high range and low range. So there are some of the testing that even do more. Okay, but this one tests pH, high range, low range, ammonia, high range, low range, nitrogen, nitrate. Meanwhile, there is this. The thick fish farming is fish farming can be something. So there is this thing here. This thing is a probe. For those who are like, this thing is a probe, and this one measures certain things. It measures the amount of air available to your fish when it's dissolved oxygen. So in the water, the amount of air available to your fish, we use this to test. So I use this one for pond. We can use for like a pond. You can also use it for like our basic systems. When we are done, you can come and take a good look at it. This one is not too expensive. Yeah, it's not too expensive. And then these ones too are very basic to get. But this one's like $400. They have like ones that are like $10,000. No, that's not where I'm not there. So I find the very simple ones that I can keep on myself and use them to check that. So these are things that we check because I like a recirculating system. Because you can see your water looking quite okay, but there's a lot happening. Because ammonia, maybe you can smell one or two things coming in the pond, right? Yeah. Are we able to smell? Yeah, you can smell. You can smell, yeah. But what happens to nitrates? I can't see nitrates with my eyes. You can't see nitrates with your eyes. You understand? So right now, we can't see nitrates. We can't tell anything about that. So these are some of the things that can happen, but you can't tell. Temperature. The ideal temperature for your fish pond should not be changing just anyhow. If your temperature is changing anyhow, there is a direct relationship with the metabolism of your fish. The cooler temperature, your fish will not feed a lot because their metabolism is slow. When the weather is warm, the fish will feed more and their metabolism is fast. So you realize that the water changes. The quality of the water will change faster. Okay? Don't be too fixated on these things. Okay? We are coming up with like maybe a second degree of training where we will focus on like the very interesting things in aquaculture. But if you are doing this, do this and make your money first. Okay? Then you can pick it up from there. So then ammonia, nitrates, nitrates, pH. And most of these things are interrelated. when ammonia is high, it affects pH. And the moment it affects pH, you start seeing other issues over here. English, we say there's a symbiotic relationship between them. When they are simultaneously, when something is happening here, it is also happening there. So sometimes when we are doing our tests, that's why they have these basic ones. When you check pH high range and you check pH low range, and you realize there's a slight change, the next thing you want to go and check is ammonia. Like, good. People get it. When you forget, you call me again and say, hi, I joined the Cuba training, the second one, and I didn't pick this. And we just sort it out over there. So, you have a question?
I just wanted to ask whether it is very, very necessary to get the water always aerated.
Water always aerated. Alright, so in this entire farm, we don't do any aeration. We don't do any aeration. When we understand what is happening, then we can aerate. So when we test the dissolved oxygen, please, from today, when you leave and you go, when you go to any farm, don't be using dissolved oxygen, use DEO. DEO, when you use DEO, you'll be like, aha! Okay, so DEO. When you test the DEO, there's a range for DEO. Let me show you this quickly. Good. So this, I have like different sets of them. So the ones I bought in my mango was this one. I don't know what this was. I think only this. The rest were all this. And I bought this one too. And the rest, some of my fish farmers, when they travel out and they're coming, then you buy me. I'm like, God, that's why we love this job. So this is a test tube, okay? And this test tube normally comes in milligrams per liter, okay? And it's normally around, if you watch, there's 5 ml on it, 5 ml. So there's like a line where you don't cross when you're testing. You understand? So maybe it can be passed around, everybody sees the 5 ml, 5 ml, 5 ml. So already the things come in that millimeters already, and then it shows you where the 5 ml is going. So when you measure your depot, you take your probe, you drop the sensor, you drop this sensor into the water. After a while, and then when you tested, you saw that your DO was around 5, 4, 6, 7 milligrams per liter. You are okay. You have a lot of oxygen available. But 3 to 5, you are cool. 5 downwards, especially 1, 0. When we went to Nigeria, the training we did last year, one of the farms, when we were there, we had 0.0 something for catfish. They were like, what kind of DO level is this in your catfish? They are still, but that was pond aquaculture. Like that was like the ethnic kind of thing, yes. But the water was too high. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, if you are recirculating the rest, you can pay attention to a lot of these things as well. So we test them, we keep them on ourselves. They are like our. Imagine when I'm coming to your farm and I have all of these and I have this, and then I show you other things that I have. In the head, this guy's this consultant is. But imagine I come in and I'm talking to, I look at the water and I tell you, your DO is this level. You know that this guy is lying. The reason is this. If I'm able to give you the data, or if you're able to give data from your farm, when there's a problem, it's so easy to trace where the problem is coming from. Okay. Alright, so these are the things we can monitor. And consistent water monitoring should be undertaken if you are running a resec. And you can also do constant water monitoring on your source water. Source water. How do we test the source water? Where are we testing from? How do we get a source water to test? Where if you want to test your source water right now, where are you going to test it from? If you want to test your which app? Yeah, which app? Ghana water. Reservoir. The rest of you who are only needing $70, $70. You want to test it? Yeah. Where are you going to? There is a one.
Basic is spiritual.
Yeah. Someone wants to take us to Alaska. He wants us to go there to go and test it. Because this is it. And you maybe check what is coming from Ghana water. You see, the water is flowing. It will keep. Okay, but if you have it in the reservoir, it's a bit constant. You know that, oh, this is the water I have for this batch, and this is what I'm checking. In like some very, 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 very sophisticated farms, what they do is every batch, they batch everything. So the water that has come, they batch it, they check. The water that enters the pond, they batch it, they check. And so that's that 5%, that mortality ratio, 5% we all want to get to. Alright, good. So pH should be between 6.5 to 8.5. So whether your source water or whoever, if let's say it's your source water, let's do this. If all of this has to do with your source water, let's say you are working with this data for source water. You check your source water, and you realize the source water, the pH is 6.2. What does it mean? Your source water is very acidic. And so if your source water is very acidic, what do you need to do? You need to find out what are the recommendations that we need to pay attention to get something around this range. 2. Ammonia level should be below 0.6. Ammonia is so toxic to your fish. And I basically said ammonia has to do with waste and all of that. So anything that can decompose in your tank is ammonia. Have you heard of people telling you, or you watch videos where people are giving their fish cassava, like people are pouring all manner of things in there? Do you know the effect of those things? Water quality is going to be the bearer of the problem. Some people do cheating and all of that, and they give to their catfish. Those things, they can chicken droppings, integrated farming. What happens is that those things, they impact the water quality because they decompose fast. And when they decompose fast, they increase pH. They decrease the pH, it becomes more acidic. And then when they decrease the pH and the pond becomes very acidic, ammonia has spiked. When there's ammonia spiked, your fish are choking and they will die. So when you are recirculating, you are just trying to make sure that you are able to control this ammonia level. So right now we check our, you found the source water, and you check your ammonia for your source water is 1 mg/L. What does that tell you? When he's saying that ammonia level should be kept below 0.05. That is what I want you to understand. If ammonia is higher, then maybe we need to find how that same source water, we can do something about it to get it to 0. Ghana water in the range, most of the time, ammonia is yeah.
So for me, I want to build an aquaponics system.
Let's build an aquaponics
That's integrating the hydroponics and then
hydroponics and then fish.
so meaning my vegetable farm really depends on the fish waste. Right? And then you realize the case we're talking about the ammonia, the GH and all those stuff. And I also need this so that I can actually use the supplement into my hydroponics system. So what do you advise me?
Okay, so his example or what he's asking is like class 3. Yeah, like he's in class 3. He's asking class 3 questions while like we are in nursery 1 or class 1. But this is what I want us to do. I like the questions so much. To explain, let's go online to be able to see what we are doing. Good. So let me show you what he's trying to do. A basic system is going to comprise of, this is your pond. You are going to have a filter. Your filter normally comes in 2 parts. The first one is going to be your mechanical filter, and then the other part is going to be your biological filter, right? Then what is happening is that, so you have fish in this my fish is not fishing at all. You have fish. My fish is so happy. So you have fish in this water. Look at the flow rate. The water is going to move from this pond into the filter, right? It's going into the filter. You see, when fish produce waste, okay, when your fish they are producing waste. For example, when you check your tilapia, waste, it normally comes in a strong line. Like it's not like a line. But the catfish one, it comes like sand. Okay, because of the protein content and all of that. So you need to be able to build a system that one can effectively remove the waste that drops at the bottom of your tank. Why? If you don't remove those waste, ammonia. Okay. Then when you move it into your filter, the filter is first. The mechanical one takes care of solids. So it's taking away any solid at all in your tank. That's what the mechanical is doing. And sometimes, so that is when you see people doing stones, charcoal, gravels, sand, beach sand, white sand, sand, cotton, all of those things are just to take away the solids, right? Then after the solids, it doesn't mean the fact that the water is clean doesn't mean it is still okay for your fish. Why? Because there is what? There is ammonia, there is nitrate, there is nitrite, right? Which we can see with our eyes. So right now that we've been able to take off the solids that are very visible here, the water looks a bit clean, but we still have some levels of ammonia, nitrate, and nitrite. So we need some biological organisms to handle these things. Please do further read on the nitrogen cycle. So what is going to happen under the nitrogen cycle is that there are some very good organisms that are universally distributed in the environment. And you and I can just bring a tank and we can start having those organisms available. All that those organisms need is earth. They need a very good pH most of the time. So they are supposed to more or less like become a colony. They'll build a colony, and then what they'll be doing is they'll be feeding on the ammonia. That's what they feed on. So that's how they control. That's what happens in like rivers and all of that. All of those organisms in the water, they feed on this. But when they feed on this, they will convert it again to nitrate and nitrite, right? And some of those organisms are Nitrobacter and Nitrosamonas. Now they are supposed to convert the ammonia and then the nitrate to nitrite. Then the nitrite, which is less toxic to your fish, will do what? From the filter over here, will go back to your fish pond. But he said he's got some plants. Okay, the plants, as we are seeing, also like they can also do this process too for us. So the waste in because when you are planting, the waste in your fish waste is good fertilizer for your plants. So the roots of your plants, depending on which of the systems you put them in, they have what we call DWC, deep water culture beds. We have the ones who put the cups in it. Which one do you do?
I use the normal PVC pipe.
The PVC. So you see some PVC pipes, and then they do a disposable cap. They perforate holes in them, put granules, and then they put the plants inside. Then the plants will be able to pick up all of these things by the roots. So now your question was, how do you manage this? This is it. To manage this, you always need some things by you. You need something to control your pH, and we normally call them like the buffers. Because the pH here, if the pH here is not okay, or the oxygen here is not okay, these are biological organisms, they will die. And if these ones die, then your fish, the system will crash. So I have a full video, I have like 4 or 5 videos on these things I'm mentioning. When we are done, you can further go there and then pay attention to that. But the trick just lies in managing your pH. And whenever you realize that, let's say, because you know that these organisms, if you start the system, it takes a while for them to become a lot in your pond to be able to handle what's happening in your pond. When you run the system for a while, you realize that ammonia will become 0. The moment you realize that ammonia is 0, it means that your system is very efficient. If ammonia is not 0, it means your colonies are not gotten plenty enough to get to that. There are different, we call that cycling. You cycle your system, you make sure you have a lot of the organisms and to cause organisms is very simple. They just need more ammonia. They feed on ammonia, so just need more ammonia. You can start the system by building a system where you don't even put fish, you just put some feed. The feed will decompose, contain ammonia, and then you start everything all over again. But I was saying this is like level 3. This is like level 3 of the training. Okay? And I was saying that in a biofloc system and then in a RAS system, this is what you're looking at. But again, if you're not running any of those things, then we come back here. Thank you for the zoom. So when we come back here, for our source water, all you're saying is just make sure you have this. And you see this, nitrite levels should be kept below 0.5 milligrams per liter. Ammonia is more toxic, that's why you want it to be around 0.05. But nitrite should be around 0.5 milligrams per liter. And then the dissolved oxygen must be around 5 milligrams per liter. So if I'm to do a quick DO chart, what's going to happen is that there is 1 year, and then there's 5 years, and then there's 3 years, right? Alright, so whenever you test your dissolved oxygen, then you get anywhere from 0.whatever to 3. Just know that you're in trouble. But any figure above 3 to 5, you're okay. There was this thing that we did. There are some systems you can see DO being like 7 milligrams per liter, as high as 10 milligrams per liter. That's a lot of oxygen. And one of the questions I asked one of these senior lecturers was, okay, if that's the case, can too much oxygen kill my fish? And then he was like, there's something called air poisoning or so as well. I'm like, what's this? But again, let's come here. So the temperature, you see, for the temperature, again, in Ghana, in Africa, in West Africa, the temperature is what's happening in the environment. So normally your fish pond should be here. Just make sure you don't increase your temperature too fast. If you increase your temperature too fast, it will affect the metabolism of the fish. It can be too fast, it can be too slow. Okay? Alright. Any question on feed, on water quality? I'm giving, let me give like a 5 minutes break. And I'm not going to do what I did initially. Where I gave, so this 5 minute break is a bio break. Okay, bio break. So biological. If you want to read and the rest, you can use this time to do that. 5 minutes. It's currently 12:10. So by 12:15, we are going to roll.
I think he's sitting on the top of the farm.
And I'm see now you want to know I did this is a not always obviously I'm not flashing up. It may be where by 181. And so if you are not flashing out first time at all. It is super.
fishes. Well, no one is interested in fish farming. Don't send this to me, Jesus. She's still in the house, right? It's not listening. It's not the pressure. She wants to be there when this is cute. Yeah, pasta, please. How are you? Okay, let me do this. Yes, yes. So he added the engineering piece, so it just has a like backup thing. So I'm praying that it will be approved. So that was Tuesday is not the appointment. So fingers crossed. It's like that's your wife. I'm telling my little boy. We are here. You guys let us to feed the fishes. I'm serious. Pardon? Yes, so by God's grace, we have not collapsed. No, we didn't collapse. God is on our side. At the right time.
Let's leave it.
Yes, yes. Nice to
You
So when we are done, we'll go out and then have lunch after.
I hope it works.
Oh,
My discussion.
yes, yes.
use them as an emergency.
You.
Let's see. Hold on. It's happening. Yes. Yeah.
our break. It was great for me. It was not for me. I'll eat so interesting. How was your lunch?
It was good.
That was good. Bakune.
Yeah.
Bakune. Right. Yes, guys. Who ate bakune? So I'm happy in my head. The least sign of you doing this. Okay, so the banku, and for those who ate rice, it means for you to have no right to feel sleepy at all. Alright, good. So it's a good thing that you finish eating, and I'm going to talk about feeding, isn't it? Okay, so alright, so let's pick it up. Are we one house? Alright. Hello, persons who joined online. You went on a break, and we are hoping that you are also okay. So, this is the third bit of the training. Have you enjoyed the training so far? Have you received any value? The way some people are not saying, they didn't receive any value. So if you didn't receive value, you can let us know what maybe you're expecting. Maybe you expect when you come to teach something else, but again, this is the basics. And the basics is basics, right? You enjoy the basics. Alright, so feeding and feed management. If you have your pond and you have good looking fish, it's not the end of every day. Your fish need to eat. And they need to eat more abundantly. Right? The same things we saw with water quality, different things like, in as much as you think it was just water, you realize there were some key things that you need to look out for. So for feeding, we are going to discuss some general things and then we zero in down. Okay? So we know feeding to be easy. So the basic thing is, what do your fish feed on? What do fish eat? Some fish will eat other organisms in the pond. For example, tilapia can eat the Spirogyra in the pond. So though they are not fish, the organisms in the feed are eating on that. The fish also feed on other fish. It can be the fish you intend that they don't feed on, but they are feeding on. Like for example, someone I said has a 50,000 capacity farm. There's tilapia and catfish in the same system, and the catfish are feeding on the tilapia babies. Okay, so anything that is an organism that a fish likes, we can feed on that, provided it is in the environment. There are something called brands and meals. These are agrobiolars. For those of you who are producing maize and the rest, there's a lot of brands that meals that will come up. For example, the meals are, we have like fish meal. So maybe we took out the part of the fish that we want, and then there are parts that we decided to create and they can be used to produce feed for fish. So there are brands and there are plants. So as I said, phytoplankton and all of those plantains and all of those organisms that are sometimes plants. Like you see people telling you, feed your fish azolla, feed your fish a whole lot of plants, because fish can feed on plants. And the last thing I want to focus on is pellets. Okay, so the pellets are feed that has been produced by feed companies through a bunch of some stringent and careful processes, and then they made them available in the form of feed. Okay? So the bottom line of all of these things is that fish, provided they are in a space, they want to eat. And whether their feed comes to them naturally or artificially, they don't mind. They may want to to feed on that. And for that matter, you as a fish farmer, you have to understand that whether they are getting naturally or artificially, they need for your fish to grow nicely and well, they need, wherever the feed is coming from, they need to have all the nutrients that a fish needs to have in the feed in their rightful proportions. Balanced diet. Okay? Alright. So, I mentioned plants, brands, mules, plants, either organisms. Now, some of these things do not contain all of the nutrients. Like if you go and feed your fish only maize bran, maybe your fish gets only carbohydrates. You understand? If you feed your fish only fish meal, it gets only the protein, it's not getting the vitamins and the other things. So those things, most of the time, are not complete feed. Okay, because they don't contain all of the nutrients required, and for that matter, we call them a supplementary feed. So if you are doing an aquaculture venture, there are some of these things we look at. For example, those who are doing their farm on the cages in the lakes, right? Their feeding is a bit less because there may be some other things being available, or pond aquaculture. Pond aquaculture, there are a lot of other organisms that come to live in the fish pond. And so the fish can feed on those things. Okay? But you can't also say if you are doing a commercial scale, your fish should only feed on those things. No. They can have that as supplementary feed. But what we are saying is this. If you want to get something that will help your fish to grow very well, especially as good farmers, then we need to get something called a complete feed. And these are the ones that are produced with a formula and quality inputs. Emphasis on quality inputs. So if the maize bran, it's not going to be maize bran that is 20 years old or 15 years old, but has been kept in no. The quality inputs is very important. Now for you guys who want to do fish farming, right, and you want to do it on a commercial scale, we will tell you that you should focus on pellets because they are manufactured under quality and surveillance. And this is because it will help you to be able to, it will help you to be able to produce and produce very well. And most importantly, the reasons why we are saying you should go for a commercial scale, or sorry, for commercial farmers, you should go for manufactured pellets, has to do with one, there's quality and consistency of produce. If you are buying feed from a company, you are hoping that the quality that is written on the feed, every feed has protein, crude protein, this percent, carbohydrates, this percent, and all of that percent. You are hoping that there's a consistent quality because one, there's a type of feed your fish wants. So for example, tilapia feed, the components is different from catfish feed. Catfish require more protein, and so their protein requirement is high, so their feed has a lot more protein in there as compared to that of tilapia. Okay? So you want quality and consistency of produce. Consistency of produce has to do with if, let's say, they are feeding, you are getting 2 mm size of feed. All your fish are eating 2 mm. So 2 mm, the mm there is that feed comes in sizes. Okay, and we measure them in the mm. And so if your fish is supposed to take 2 mm, you don't want, the consistency you are looking out for is, if these are 2 mm, 2 mm, 2 mm, 2 mm, 2 mm, we don't want to always have 2 mm. As compared to when maybe you are producing your own food, and then you're having 2 mm, you're having this, you're having this, they're having something else like this, they're having something like it's not consistent for your fish. You understand? And some of these things, they hurt the amount of your fish and all of that. So I've seen a lot of people bring students into the country. I've worked with farms that have big feed mills, they are not using them. It's not a shocker. You said, wow, it's not a shocker at all. There are lots of them actually. I'll tell you that if 10 out of 10 people who buy feed mills, about only 2 people are able to use them. There are lots of the others who are able to. Why? They are buying from China, the people you are buying from, the people who are coming to use the mill do not have technical expertise, formula expertise, sourcing of raw material. You bought a machine, you didn't know that when you are going to get fish meal, you suffer before you get fish meal. So you've done all of these things, and you realize it's cheaper for you to buy feed than to produce your own. You are going to pay labor, you are going to produce, and you realize, I've seen, even in commercial scale, some of the feed companies in Ghana, I am very privy to this information that sometimes when they are producing, they produce batch, first batch, they will produce small, and they watch and they check how it comes out before they continue the main batch. Because the feed production, the least change in moisture or something can affect the entire production. And so why would you and I, we are not coming to learn how to start the fish farming? Why would we go and take this burden and carry it on ourselves? We invest our money, and right now, cassava. There was one of these news that the cassava, continents. So there's a big fish farm over there. Big one, very beautiful place. And the cassava that they are supposed to get behind there, the moisture, I think was, I don't know whether it was high or less. It blocked the entire machine. How can they fix it? To fix it, they need to bring someone from China to come and fix it. Because every other person they got doesn't know anything about the machine. Exactly. So, you want the quality and consistency of produce, maximum use and timeline. So, you want to produce your fish in 6 months. If you keep your fish for 8 months, what's happening? Maybe they are not, your fish is not that expensive. But what's happening? There are other costs. You are going to pay your workers, you are going to water. Even if the water, God is giving it into your, like God is putting it into your pond directly, you have to still cost it. Okay, you have to still cost it. So if you have to still cost it, for example, I know the quantity of water I am supposed to give every single pond in this farm. The next thing I did was I costed it. One of my documents, I realized I wrote 2,400 cedis for 1,000 fish per pond for water cost. I wrote it down. Why? If my borehole breaks down, I need to do another borehole. How do you have that money to do it? To do the maintenance. So in as much as you think, oh, the borehole is free, there's that. If you are harvesting the water from a river, mind you, there is a machine that is cooling it. That machine can break down. So the costing will help you for maintenance purposes. Great. So maximum yield and timeline, you are saying if you keep your fish for more, what's going to happen? The fact you see that you are putting on electricity and then the water is coming, you think you are not, it is cost. And all of those costs are very important. The other set of things will be you may miss your market. For those of you guys who are already doing, someone says season grower, vegetable grow according to season. Imagine growing your vegetable at the season when there's too much of that in the system. Meanwhile, you've done your mitigation, drip irrigation, everything nicely. You have spent money on that system. And that's the same thing I want you to learn from here. I know a farm that is in Ghana, off the record. They spent almost $1.2 to $1.5 million. 5 years cannot break it. 5 years. Why? They bought all of the sophisticated things they can find outside Ghana. And they bought it to come and run their farm. If you are in Ghana, and this is our order, and you go and buy heating system or cooling system for your fish, what are you doing? We are not in South Africa. Here in South Africa, some of us, well, South Africa, yeah, I know the ones in Dubai, and there's some of the people using those kind of systems. But in Ghana, what are you eating? So you see the thing being done elsewhere, you are copying blindly, and that's the problem. You open it online and then you see a lot of. But some of the things, they are very expensive. You can find substitutes in Ghana and use them. Profitability. You can become more profitable if you are feeding properly. Because if everybody is growing their fish in 6 months or 7 months, you are able to grow your fish same size in 5 months. What's happening? It doesn't necessarily denote that you make profit, but if all other things are equal, you make sales cost. A lot of your cost.
Time.
And time. And everything. So it says time with production. Yeah. Because when you're producing your own feed, what's happening? You need to go to suppliers. There's you say you're farming cassava and plantain, cassava, you have to come and look for you and look for you and look for you. Agree with you that don't give me any aflatoxin. I want 50 kilos and you have to give me, you have to give me, you have to give me. And once I'm sourcing, I have to make sure sometimes I'm checking from the lab. If what you are giving me is quality enough, from there I bring it to my place. I need to get the storage and keep and mix properly according to the formula. I have to try. Okay, it's working, it's not working. My machine breaks down. Trouble is here or no trouble. Like that, I can't realize. 7 months, we have now produced 1 barrel of food, which is good enough. You understand me? So it can save a lot of time. And I'm telling you this in fish farming. If you have a right setup, like the one we've done previously, if you have the right setup and you understand the water quality, feed will not be too much of a problem for you. The cost of feed. The only thing is, we will advocate for them to give a reduction in the price, of course, because money comes in our point. Like anything this feed by K67, you see us. Me, I can protest because I tell the feed companies, the major feed companies here in Ghana, because of what we've been doing now, we have the relationship with all of them. Some of them, we send people to them to buy food, but we don't take a seat. We are looking for quality. I am in this business as a consultant to help you to make your farm fair. If I recommend a bad product to you and it doesn't work, when you leave the business, who loses? You and me. You understand? You can't recommend me exactly, but please recommend me. Okay, recommend me. Alright, good. So when now we've identified the fact that if you start a new aquaculture production, probably focus on getting feed. And when we say focus on getting feed, what we mean by that is, you see, you should be able to know that the problem is not starting from you. You should be able to know that, okay, with my right setup, with my good water quality, with the best of the feed in the market, I was able to grow X kg or Y kg, and it tells you what you can do. But if you start producing your feed, maybe your feed is not a problem, maybe your feed is okay. But you have other things that you don't do well, and you will probably find yourself in trouble. So we are saying that when you are buying a feed by quality, it's so easy to say, but it's a lot of things in here. Don't be only influenced by price or brand. Oh, yes, a brand way a year. Sometimes yes, but make sure your quality is informed by your data, your records. And that's the last one you get to. You see that it comes back to this. Don't buy on brand because there were some companies when I started there were some brands that were so known. Like when you talk about fish, they are like the JJ. I bought them and I was having massive water quality issues. For years, I stopped using them. I've used probably almost all of the brands in the market. So I know my first go-to, if you are not there, where I can go to. I know the one that can give me the quality and the price is okay for me. You understand? So you have to be able to determine the quality yourself, which you do this over time. There's no one time thing. Right? From time to time, you'll be able to tell that, oh, this one, the quality is a bit okay. When you change, you know. Two, we are saying opt for feed without fines. It's not fine like if you are sleeping, you pay money. No. But the fines we're talking about here is feed has been produced. Look at this picture. Instead of you to show feed, you have to show it directly in someone's hand. This is feed in the hand of one of my friends. It's like feed in the hand of one of my friends. Look at the feed. Right? So opting for feed without fines. When you look at these fines, right? When you look at this feed, the fines are like the sand or the particles that comes out of this in the name of production. But as you see this one now, if you rub your hands together, you see that there will be some particles of that in your hand. Now, there are some of the feed that they may have high levels of fines. So, for example, your feed, they tell you that, oh, feed normally comes in 15 kg or 20 kg bags. Okay? Your feed comes in 15 kg or 20 kg bags. Are you okay? A bag of feed is sold at let's say 330 for 20 kg feed. That's the amount. How much is the price per kilo? How much is the price of the feed per kilo? 330 divided by 20. Oh. Yes, let's go. 16.5. What is that 16.5? 16. It means that it costs you and I 16.5 Ghana cedis per kilo of feed. Now, what we are saying with the opt for feed without fines is going to be that if, let's say, after I finish using all my feed in the sack, when I put all my fines together, I have 500 grams of fines, which I can't give to my fish. It's fines. The fines are, you missed it. These are fines. Like when you look at the feed, so the fines that comes out of it. That's why I say that the fine is not fine like you are owing. And what I ask is like you have to go to the book. Alright, so 16.5, right? Now let's just say that after you have finished with one bag or something, you are getting 500 grams of fine. How much is this 500 grams in monetary terms? 8 cedis. So let's say that's 8 Ghana cedis for fines. That's how much money you've lost for the bag. But your production, because when you do 1,000 fish, you normally do about 50 bags or so. So let's multiply this by just 1,000 fish, which is 50 bags times 50. How much is this? How much are you? How much? 400? Yes. So this, you are losing 400 Ghana cedis. So let's take last one farms. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say we have 6 tons stock. Okay? We are producing simultaneously. 400 times 6. How much is that? So it means that we have lost how much? 2,400 Ghana cedis without doing anything bad. What bad thing did we do? We did not do anything bad. Our mistake is that we bought And this is for just 6 ponds. We have farms that have 50 ponds. We have farms that have 100 ponds. When you do the extrapolation, you see that that's a lot of money that you can use to pay your workers. Alright. Then say the fish should be reachable and visible and digestible, nutritious and tasty and attractive. It is fine. It is like sand. Is it reachable? Is it visible? You just come to destroy water quality. Spike up ammonia. Now I like the fact when I say ammonia, then everybody is spike up ammonia. And then you start having a few other challenges. Okay. I think we have 1, 2. We are left with 2 slides and we are done. So if you are feeling like sleeping, you have to buckle up. Okay. Don't let us leave you at Mamoni. Where you are going is far. Now, where we are going to, I would also want you to understand exactly what's happening here. Okay? Where we are going to, I want you to understand what's happening. That's what I'm preparing beforehand. Okay. So there's something called FCR, right? FCR is basically feed conversion ratio. It is basically saying that if how much feed should I give my fish and what weight will I get in return? So if I'm to feed my fish X amount of feed, I'm supposed to get maybe Y in weight. Okay, so it's just saying how much of a particular feed under the right conditions does the fish need to eat to gain a desired weight. And the calculation is simply going to be the weight of feed giving. Let's just do it. Weight of feed giving over weight of fish. Okay, weight of feed given over weight of fish. This is one of the most important things in fish farming. This can tell you whether you're making profit or not. Let me simplify this. So when it comes to fish, let's say tilapia or catfish, right? The general FCR I've seen a lot is 1 kg of feed it's normally between 1 to 1.2 kg of feed will give you 1 kg of weight. Are we clear here? Are we clear here? Any question here? What I'm saying is the standard FCR you want, okay, or we normally see around fish will be 1 to 1.2 kilo of feed will give you 1 kilo of weight, which means that from the day I started my fish farm to the day I harvest, I should have fed my fish, each one of them, 1 to 1.2 kilo of feed to get my 1 kg weight. Are we okay to this point? To this point, all right, great. But we went to a farm. You and I went to a farm. We are consultants. And the farm belongs to one of us over here. Let's say Pearl's farm. We went to Pearl's farm. But for some reason, Pearl is not in the country. She has traveled. And so what happens is that she's just telling, they'll call her, Madam, we need feed. And then she will send money. Then we need feed, then she will send money. Then we need feed, then we will send money. The only thing is that we know the quantity of bags. Then we do our observation, we realize that based on the calculation, we are getting 2 kilos of feed. And it's giving us 1 kg of weight. What is happening here? You said? Oh no, the fish has eaten it too. This 2 kilos. The fish has eaten it, and they are getting
So loss.
it's a loss. Because if one is supposed to give, if 1 or 1.2 is supposed to give you 1, then you are going as high as 2, it will mean that you need more feed, which is expensive, which is about 16 point per kilo, before you get this. So generally, there are fish farmers, when you hear, what's your FCR? Sometimes it can be 0.7. What do you think is happening in the 0.7 system? What I mean by 0. The FCR is 0.7. It's not mean to a kilo, it's 1 kilo. Means it's feeding less than a kilo, but it's getting, and it happens. It's very possible. It's very possible. If you've done the first slide, on fucking density, salt, you've done this, and you have quality feed, it's possible. You understand me? So, every farmer, the moment you are going about 1.2 kilos, just know that you are coming to make loss. Okay? It's just something I want you to just keep when it comes to feed conversion ratio. Now, so right now that we know what feed conversion ratio is, if let's say you want to know the like your FCR in a farm, right? All what you need, please watch here, don't focus too much on the slide. All what you need is, let's say I bought 50 bags. And the 50 bags, you have each bag it being 20 kilos, right? Out of the 20 kilos, if you multiply the 20 kilos by this, what are you getting? 1,000 kilos, right? So this 1,000 kilos, normally what we do is, when we are trying to calculate the amount of feed we need for the production. So let's say I have 1,000 fish, I'm doing catfish, the fish or catfish. I'm working between 1 to 1.2 FCR, right? So even in this line, but let's say the 0.2, I've decided that when it's almost time to harvest, I'll look at that addition. But right now, let's just say I'm doing 1 kilo of feed with 1 kilo of weight. It means that I should be able to get 1,000 kilo of feed, which is also meaning that I'm also going to get 1 ton of fish, or 1,000 kilos of fish, right? Now I'm saying that if you want to find out your FCR, what you need to do is you have to find out how many bags or what the total kilo I have given the fish. Then you find out what is the current average weight in a pond. Are we okay here? Mm-hmm. So this is what's going to happen. I can go to a farm today. I wasn't there from the day they started the farm. And I can just ask a couple of questions. And maybe the farm manager is not giving me good answers. and I realized maybe they've been farming for 3 months, and the person wants to harvest in 6 months. Now when I check, maybe the fish were a bit underweight. What will I do? I'll just tell them, what is the current average weight? So when they tell me, oh, in this pond, we are having 300 grams, I know that 300 grams means that they have 700 grams to cover up for the next period. So in doing the calculation of the feed they will require, we move to the next slide. Are you okay? Alright. So if you want to calculate for feed, most of the time farmers do feeding to sativity. So they look at the fish and then they'll feed sometimes also known as response feeding. I have my bag of food. As I'm giving them, I'll feed them to the stop feeding. Farmers do that. But the right way to do this is what we call doing a ration. So the ration, we have 5%, 3%, and 2% per day. Who can tell me which type of fish or size of fish? So let's say we have the fingerlings, we have fish that are medium size, and we have fish that are large size. The 5% size, which of the fish do you think is going to? The smallest one. Because as they are small, when children are small, young, the little thing they eat, sometimes you can see that they put on the mask and all of that. But if you look at me now and I tell you what I can eat, you may be shocked, but I'm not gaining any extreme weight. For that matter, I will probably be on the 2% feeding. You're seeing if you give me 5%, I can just add a percent to it. And that percent is feed. Okay? Sweet. So we do 5, 3, and 2% ration whenever we are feeding our fish. Okay. There is some quick calculation here. I need to see how I will do it. So let's do this. Now let me clean this. How do we calculate for feed to give our fish per day? How do we calculate what quantity of feed to feed our fish? Like today, we need to feed our fish. How do we do that? How do we do that? There are a few things we need. One, we need the average weight. So that's how to get that 700 grams I mentioned it before I clean. This is how we get it. I look at the average weight of the fish. The next thing I need is the quantity of fish in the pond. So imagine I'm not taking records. How do I find the quantity of fish in the pond? Then the third bit will be what ration am I doing? Okay, and the calculation is simple. To do this, let's do all of us. Let's take our calculators out. All calculators out. Alright. So we've got a fish. The average weight of the fish is 500 grams. We've got 100 pieces of the fish in the pond. And we are doing 500 grams, let's do a 3% ration. There are some set of things we want to find out. One, what quantity of feed do I give per day? So the first one I'm looking at, what quantity of feed do I feed per day per fish? Okay. So I'm looking at every individual fish. What quantity of feed is that fish supposed to take? Then, if you find out what quantity of feed individual fish needs to take, we will multiply it by the number of pieces here, and then we bring it up. So let me make this a bit simple for us. Okay, I will do this, and I'll give another example, and we'll all do that. I think what I'm saying is at this part of my brain, it's not activating. All right, good. So if I am doing this calculation to find out how many quantity of fish I need to pay, we said ration is on the body weight. So first off, to find out the quantity to feed my fish per day, individual fish, what I'm going to do is, the fish is weighing 500 grams. That's each fish. But I'm supposed to feed it today 3% ration. So that's 500 grams times 3%. What are we getting? So 500 times 15 grams. So this 15 grams is the quantity of feed each. But how many do I have in my phone? So quantity per day for the fish in the entire pond would be what? The 15 grams, which is for every fish per day, times what? 100. Is that? What's the grams? I had 150, I was shocked. When I said, But the 150 grams, we can also convert it to. This is when you were teaching us in school, I didn't pay attention. When you teach fish farming, because they attach money to it. Now they are learning. I think they should, when we were kids, well, we will not get a concept. Like every time we learn, they give us money. I can tell that's all about the sharp.
You will always have to find eggs.
We are finding eggs. This one, we find eggs. We find what to give us money. If X is not giving money, we are not interested. Okay, so this is the quantity we need to feed the fish in that pond per day. Okay. Now that we've seen this quantity, what are we going to do? We are feeding the fish. Let's say we are feeding the fish twice daily, just like capsules. We are feeding them twice daily. Take some in the morning and take some in the evening. What do you think will happen over here? You have to divide. Good. So, to find out what you can feed the fish in the morning and what you can feed the fish in the evening, after you got it, it's divided by 2. And what are we getting? 750 what? I wanted to hear you. I nearly said that. Okay, so it means that you are supposed to feed now. So now we've seen how we can calculate for per day. So when I'm a consultant and I go to a farm, I just ask you these questions. If I have these questions, for these ones I know, depending on the size of the fish. But if I ask you this and this, I can come up with something and give you a feed plan. So when I give you the feed plan, you'll be like, hey, this guy, he knows that thing. It's so easy. So easy. right? So now you've seen how to do this, right? Now when you go to your pond, because this is free, this is the twice daily, this is morning. And then we do the same thing again in the evening, right? So when we go in the morning, we fetch in our scale. Let's say in our scale. We measured on our scale 750 grams. So this is an example of the scale we use. This one, you can see feet coming out of the scale. So we are buffing the scale. So this scale measures from, I think, 0 to about 3 kilos. Okay. So my 750 grams, I put the thing, I measured it on the, I have like a cup and the rest, right? So I measured. Let's just say this container is a bigger container. I measured my 750 grams on this, and I saw it. What will I do next? I'll just mark that area. Okay, this is 750 grams. This is what it looks like. So the next time when I'm coming, I'll come and take my stool. I'll just stretch with my hand, do like this. Okay, it's there. At least give or take. Now right now I have my 750 grams. I'm going to my pond. I get to my pond. My fish rush to me. They're all like, hey, what's next? What is going to happen is this. If I have all my 750 grams and I come and I just do this into the pond, my fish will not consume everything. Fish can be too low. And for that matter, when you are feeding, there are a lot of things you want to do. Who remembers what I mentioned about ammonia? Sources of ammonia. Feed. Feed. On eating feed can increase ammonia. So imagine I go and pour 750 grams, and for some reason, my fish earns 250. It means that there's about 500 grams of feed which is going to decompose, destroy my water quality, and maybe even break down the immune system and cause other things. That is why when you get to the pond, this is what I do. The feed in the thing like this, you pour it in 3 portions. Okay? So the 3 portions, you pour the first one, you wait for a while, let them finish. Feeding normally should take you about 10 minutes. So for those of us who we thought, instead of you to feed your fish, you waited until 7:30 when you have to leave and go to the office. So you get to the pond, then by 7:32, you are finished feeding. You are lying. You are lying. But what do people do? What do you think this will help you with? If you are feeding your fish and you are not in a rush and you are spending some time with others, what can that help you with?
You can monitor the fish.
Monitor the fish. You can look at how they are behaving. Hey, my fish is okay. Because maybe the entire time you've been busy with a whole lot of stuff. That's the time you can look, okay. So with Aquafarms, we give you like a record sheet, and we give you feed quantity that's supposed to eat, the quantity they didn't eat, the mortality, water quality, and all of those things. And then the last bit of the form we give you, we call it observation. I came, they were acting. I came, they were not acting. I came, they ate all. They did not feed on everything. So that the day you need our services and I rush to your farm, you come and control, and it came last 3 weeks, but 2 weeks ago. No, just take the record sheet. You give it to me, you may probably not even say anything. I'll just look at it and I can trace when the problem started. And I can ask you some questions and then we move on from there. So your feeding should be done in about 3 portions. Okay? And the 3 portions, you feed, you wait, let them finish, you feed again, let them finish, and you feed last time. That is how you feed. I was becoming enthusiastic to the point that I was coming to say, I'm going to give you another example. I looked at the time and I was like, no. All right. So back here, when do we stop feeding fish? When do we stop feeding fish?
When we have weight as expected.
So when they reach the weight they are expecting, so like they are going to sell them, so we stop feeding them. So we stop feeding them.
Okay, at the point of sale.
At the point of sale, so like maybe people will come, someone come back tomorrow, so maybe you feed them today. That's that one. Let me say because they reach your 1 kilo, you feed them. By the time they wanted to come, your fish have become like me. Because they can grow the weight and lose it. So, but what I wanted to teach you here is you stop feeding when you realize your fish they've stopped coming for the feed. Or you put food inside and eat. That's one. That has to do with feeding. The other bit of that has to do with observation. If you come to your pond and you see plenty dead fish in the pond, are you supposed to feed? No. No. Why?
Because you have to find out what's causing that.
What's causing that? And then it says what kills fish? Ammonia, but the main
Stress.
I mentioned the deal, but I get like I just mentioned but it's another major cause of fish kill, lack of oxygen. So I like the fact that you mentioned the deal because I'll answer this now. So we stop feeding, yes, when we realize our fish is not well. Okay, when fish is not well, we stop feeding. It will not kill your fish. So don't force and feed them. When your fish is not well, treat them when you're done feed them. I say treat them, they can be so like when we are doing our vitality treatment, we do 3 days, right? Now out of the 3 days, you feed morning and evening. We can tell you which time is best for you to do the vitality treatment. And the vitality treatment is going to be draining water in your pond, pouring the vitality solution, waiting for 30 to like an hour, then you drain that water out, then you give your fish fresh water. Which time do you think, if you look at your schedules, can you do it in the morning or you can do it in the evening? You can do it in the morning. So for someone who can do the vitality solution in the morning feeding will do what? You pause it. When you pause it, you do the vitality solution, the fish will recover, then you come and do your evening feeding for the next 3 days. But every time if you do it every day, so every day you change the water like that. If you change the water every day, for the next 3 days, you are doing the treatment. Yes. Wow. Oh, but this one is normal. Okay. So I think with this information, a lot of us are okay. But the last bit of things I want to add to this is a husbandry practice.
So we were talking about average weight. How do you get it? How do you like
average weight? Anybody can anybody give us an idea how to get the average weight of your pig? How do you get the average weight of your pig? Did you sell by weight? Yes. Oh, sweet. I mean, I'm not the only one. My personal assistant is Ifua. She also likes pork a lot. Pork and chips. Yes. How do you get your average weight? Is it what is the best? I will settle that. But because I'm a fish farmer, please, fish is very good. How do you get the average weight? Average.
I do a lot of kitchen waste and brown so how to get the average weight of Mr. Hammond, like pork. Mr. Hammond, yeah, pork. Mr. Hammond.
Salmon. I'm asking for the top. Salmon. So, don't mind everybody. Don't mind everybody. Don't mind everybody. How do you get the average weight? How do you but the reason they are laughing, they think they are setting the whole question. But don't mind them.
I understood you asked me
Exactly.
about my pot.
It's good. Don't mind them. They don't know how to do it. And they are laughing.
And that's what I was saying. That I don't normally measure the feed to the pigs. What I do, I observe them.
Okay, so
When I give them and they eat, I feed once a day. So when I feed them and they eat all, I add it small to see if I want them to get weight, more weight. If not, then I will fold, and that's it.
Okay, so that's why you're laughing. Don't mind. So the idea here is more or less like, how do you find out, oh, if you have 10 pigs, how do you find out the average of their weight? So let me put it simple. For fish, what we do is, it's called random sampling. Okay, so random sampling, this is my fish pond. Nice one. And I have plenty fish inside, right? Random sampling can be at random. I try to get a good amount of fish from there. It can be 10% of the fish in here. Then I weigh them. Now the way to do this, or the easiest way to do this is, let's say you scoop fish, like you fetch, and you are sure of the quantity. So now we have 100 in here. What we have to do is when we weigh them on the scales, right? What weight did we get? Then we divide by 100. Then that will give us the average weight we use over there. Right now, I use my eyes to do something a lot. And I found I know so you have an idea what a 50 gram fish should look like, what a 100 gram fish should look like, 300 gram fish. You have an idea. So you can go quickly and say, oh, this is between 250 to 300 grams. And for that matter, you can tell people to do feeding in there. But the last bit of information I was going to give, was on a husbandry practice. And we are looking at this one, it's not coming from slide. So we are looking at something on water change. Okay. So water change. All of us who are fish farmers now, we have a pond, right? And let's say we are changing water twice a week. So we change water on Mondays, and then we change water on Thursdays, right? Are we okay? Yeah. And we all agreed, or who would like to change water in the evening? You don't want to change water in the morning. Good. So let's say we all decided to change water in the morning, right? So Mondays and Thursdays are the days we change water, right? Let's break that one. So, feeding time. You see, we saw the quantity of feed. We said morning and evening. Morning, what time is ideal?
Before the sun comes out.
Before the sun comes out. Any other answers? When the sun comes out. When the sun is trying to come out. So I normally recommend between 7 to 8 a.m. But you have to take note of your location. There are some places in Ghana where 7 a.m., 8 a.m. is a service 7 because those environments are cooler, like the air breeze and the rest. You understand? So you just have to pay attention to that. Exactly. So let's say we've agreed that we are feeding between 7 and 8. And then in the evening we are doing between 4 to 5 p.m. Agreed? So let's say for some reason we said let's do 8 a.m. and let's make 5 p.m. We put fish in the water. Day one day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday morning, we've come to the pond to do all of the things we're supposed to do. We are supposed to change the water. What causes fish kill? Stress. So stress. Do you think water change can introduce an amount of stress? Yes. That's why we are doing it. So, the basic concept I want you to speak is this. If you finish changing the water, you remember I said after salting, the fish may not eat, right? But this time they are not salting. Why? If you change your water and you are done, and 10 minutes after you feed your fish, they are still stressed to eat. So we tell people that at least give your fish 1 hour stress-free recovery after every water change. So it means that if you are done changing your water, the fish can be in the water for like 1 hour before you feed them. Okay? Alright. What if you're a farmer, 1 hour from this time means that by 7 you should have done what? If you are feeding at 8, by 7 you should have done what? Finish changing the water and all of that. If it takes you 1 hour again to change the dirty water and bring in new water, what am I supposed to start with the water change? 6 a.m. Do we understand? Yeah. So by 6 a.m. we should have started changing the water. By 7 we are done. If we fail, we give our fish 1 hour recovery period when the stress levels will come down a little bit. See, this is one of the things that helps people to reduce mortalities in their farms. Okay. If for some reason your water tank to fill your pond takes you 2 hours, we don't care. We are saying that by 7, which will mean that the farm manager may have to wake up around 4 or 5 to do that. Like I say, make sure you have easy and clear channels for water changes and please, thank you so much for joining today's session. And those are not it's very good too. I'm not crying. Yes, but based on the information you received now, it will be very easy for you to start a fish farm. You may lose a good amount of fish, but you will get better from time to time. Okay? And thank you Batu as well for a clap for me. So you know what? I had a discussion with Ruba about training. This like the second patient. When I mentioned to them that I wanted us to do a training, it didn't take a month. Pearl was on me. Gabriel, give us a date. I was like, because I was talking to other people and we are supposed to do like July and the rest. No, Pearl was like on me. And she ensured that we had this second session as well. We were supposed to do just one session. And she ensured that we had this second session because she knew there may be people like you that needs to join this to learn from it. So please just put our hands together. And the last bit of the information. And I didn't put up a pull-up. Last one counts. We saw $10. We set up farm. We do visibility studies. We do everything about water. Okay. Based on some of the things we shared with you. Alright, thank you very much. And maybe we can go out for I'll pictures and see. Yeah, so I think I can drop everything here and then we pick it up. Thank you.
Please let's